All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Straight Talk with my boy Elias, because we're always on it. I appreciate you being here, bro. But before we start, I just want to kind of lean into the subject about Africa and what's going on as a united front, where all the countries are united and about to kick ass. Can you give your thoughts on that and what that might be?
Um, that's a heavy topic right now because it seems like while Africa is getting it together over there, the African Americans. I don't know if you've been watching the
We're too busy twerking.
it could be what else again?
They're too busy twerking.
Yeah, well, some of that. But what I was going to say is there's a war going on. It's silent underground, but it's nevertheless a war between diasporans from the Caribbean as well, Africans and other black people and African Americans in America attached to the reparations movement and diasporan Africans, or should I say other black people, because we have to get away from this notion that if you're black, you're African. And
Right.
that's a complicated topic right now. We're not
Yeah,
going to,
yeah, right.
but all I'm saying is that for delineation purposes, if you're from Honduras, you should be in Honduras seeking reparations, especially if you was born there. If you're from Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Ghana, Papua New Guinea, Australia, wherever you're from, and you're seeking reparations, you should be seeking reparations in your own country. From what I understand, maybe early this year or late last year, Barbadian people started getting reparations. It was something that just came in the news a few weeks, and then you stop hearing about it. So I don't know what's going on
The
with that.
Barbadians?
Or Trinidad, one of those places in South.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up as soon as I finish talking. But so that's the war going on right now. But as you per usual, I believe that's being promoted by them folks for the purpose of keeping us separate as opposed to us all uniting as one.
Right, right. Well, I agree with you on that. I heard that too. So what's going to be happening, and we're going to be covering. I got to break this shit down. I can't be doing this every Saturday for 4 or 5 hours. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have two shows, one on Tuesday night at the same time, same back channel, same back time, and because the information is coming in, man, like out of nowhere. And the idea that for me to not be so tired on Saturday night and trying to hang on and do everything and half ass, I don't like doing half ass shit. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to a 2 day format. It's the same 2 3 hour kind of thing, and that'll be less of a taxing time for me because I don't mind doing it, but why do it and you be so tired, man. You know what I mean? So I really don't want to be like that. So on Tuesday night, bro, I'm gonna be on at 8 o'clock for everybody that's listening. We're gonna change, not change. We're gonna do the same hour, but we're gonna be on a 2 day format. So it's gonna be Tuesday night and Saturday night because the information coming in from all of what is happening and what I'm seeing, it just mind blowing. So I want to make sure I be on point and that I'm delivering to you guys everything that you guys need to know because this is some critical shit. On July the 30th, Trump is going to be signing a crypto bill that's going to explode XRP and Bitcoin and all these other things. Then on the 1st or the 3rd, the 1st of August is when the altcoin season starts. And then what I'm hearing, we'll know on the 1st, we'll be getting some serious money. All right. So be on the lookout for that. And if you got any XRP, XLM, or whatever whatever crypto coin that you had that's worth something, look for that to go up. And then also on the 30th of July, uh, it goes into effect, the crypto bill. So with that, man, yeah, what's going on with you? You good?
Pretty much, man. I don't have any major complaints. Changing the topic slightly because you're talking about dates. I don't know if you heard there's supposed to be a 6-minute eclipse on the second. You heard about that?
What happened on it?
There's supposed to be an eclipse on the 2nd of August.
Oh, the 2nd of August, and what is it now?
An eclipse.
Oh, an eclipse. Okay. No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a link in the chat. Go ahead. You can continue talking.
Okay. Yeah, please do. Thank you for that. So I know you don't have a lot of time to stay, so I want to make sure I try to get as much juice, squeeze as much juice up out of you as I can. Well, you know how we do, man. So we are dedicated. I am dedicated. You are dedicated. We are dedicated to the truth. I don't give a fuck about your feelings and emotions. You don't give a fuck about mine. You know what I mean? We're here to tell the truth, and the truth ain't never hurt nobody. And it's important to understand where you are in relationship to what the fuck is going on in the world. And this is my purpose for doing this show. And for those who will watch it tonight, there are two people. I don't know who they are, but I thank you for being here. And like always, I'm dedicated, and we are dedicated to what is factual. I don't get into speculation. I don't get into conspiracy and all of that. And that's where these motherfuckers are raking in tons of money because people are all into that, want to be, might be, could be kind of bullshit. But, we got about 100 subscribers. But I'm going to do something about that, man. I'm going to spend a little bit of money to promote the site and see what happens. And then hopefully we can get some support and garner some more subscribers. And we'll see what happens, man. You know what I mean? So let's hold on. So hold on. Let me pull this up. We got share screen. Whoop. Oh, okay. Here we go. Entire screen and allow. So what we're gonna do first, man, you have got to hear this kid. Hold on. Here we go. And this is, I'm bringing him on, a Chinese little kid, man. He's older than what he is now. I mean, he just, I'm not gonna say it, but I really want to say it, that he's better than BB King, but I don't know. I'm just saying, to be as young as he is and touching the guitar like that, he's if he's not better than him, he's somewhere close. All right, so we're gonna go to him, and this is our influence on the world, man. We are unbreakable, unstoppable, because we are the force of the universe and human black form. So here we go. This is him when he's older, man. But I'm gonna play the other one when he was younger. This is not it, but this is just incredible for a kid to be this young and have mastered it as much as he has. I don't think he's better than Jimi Hendrix. That's for damn sure. But man, he's excellent. This little kid got a young black spirit, man. I'm just amazed by it. Wow. Hold on, that wasn't it, but that's the shits right there. This one, hold on. Let me see. He was playing the blues, man. That's what really got me. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. It was really short. Let me see. Arrangement of the 2000 Flying Fingers. Uh, I thought I had chose it correctly, but obviously I didn't. Hold on. But this kid is, if I can't find it, then this kid is like beyond the norm of kids, man. It goes to show that when you have a passion for something, it just explodes through every part of your body, man. It just, hold on. I don't know if this is it, but oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on, let me start this over.
There's
Wow.
one simple ingredient that can
Hold on.
help end the ringing, but you have been told to
I
avoid
don't think
it.
that's the end of
Did
it.
you?
Was that the Oh, yeah, it was. So what do you think about that, man?
He's
Elijah,
pretty
what do you
good.
think about it?
He's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah. And it
What's that?
showed,
What's
huh?
hold up. Go back. Go back 1 second to where you
Go,
were on the screen.
go back to where I was?
Yeah, on the screen. The last screen you just came from. Damn, you got like 80 damn thousand
Yeah,
that's why your stuff be cutting out, bro.
yeah. That's why I gotta go to a 2-day format.
Yeah.
But I get through it. No problem, no problem. But yeah, this is what I was trying to say, that our influence worldwide is undeniable.
So you're not gonna show that screen you just showed a minute ago? Before you
Hold on.
can you find it? Or you clicked off of it?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that's the rainbow currency, right?
Yeah, that's the rainbow currency. This is where. Okay. Well, I might well talk about it now. This is where we're going.
Okay.
There's no more IRS. There's no more Federal Reserve. It's all about the new financial system that is in place now in America.
You talking about the QFS?
Right. So there will be in this system, and we get on board with the ledger and the digital system. There will be no way you can cheat that I know about. And this is what Africa is doing as well. They have Afro Gold, and they have a new currency, if I remember correctly, Kugan or something. Don't quote me on it.
No, the
But
Krugerrand. The Krugerrand
yeah,
is a gold coin issued by South Africa.
no, it's not the Kugan. No, it's something else. But I'm going to cover that too in all of these videos.
Okay.
But the video is really short, like 10, 15 minutes, so it's not going to take that long. I might have one 20-minute video there, but all of these videos are really short because the person who is doing it is SABN, and I really like his format and how he gets right to the point, and the whole nine. So look, for everybody that's listening, please get rid of your bank account. Take all of your money out that motherfucker, because right now, if you don't, you're gonna lose it. There's a guy who was in somewhere in Europe. He had $2,800. He was planning on buying his son a motorbike, and the bank took it because that's fiat money. It's not real money. So what we're going to be going into now and forever in America and around the world is the NESARA and GESARA, the National Economic System and Recovery, National Economic System and Recovery Act, and the Global Economic System and Recovery Act. And what that means is that your birth certificate will be coming back to you. This is what we are looking for between the 1st and the 3rd of August. But the 30th of July, Trump going to be signing into law a bill that's going to be devastating to the old system, but very welcoming to the new system, the QFS. So you're either going to be ass out or ass in. And we've been talking about this on the show for I don't know how long. So XRP, XLM, Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin's going to last. It's going to go down to zero because the transaction time is like 15 minutes. But what XRP and the stable coin behind it, XRLD, I think it is, something like that. Only takes with XRP only takes 2 seconds. So which one you think our system is going to be going on? XRP and the ledger. All of these banks are on it already. There will be $160 trillion real estate, real world assets coming onto the ledger. So that if you want to buy, because before, for an example, right? If you wanted to buy land in South Africa or Nigeria, the Nigerian scammers and all that other stuff, they won't be able to scam you. They're going to have to show that they actually have on the ledger that particular property or any property around the world. So you can literally, you know, damn, do a contract, and this is where and why I say, um, oh shit, Flare is the best contract provider out there, and that's a coin like crypto coin, FLR and FLARE is how it's spelled, will be utilized. Now this coin, the Flare coin, is only worth two. It's only worth going for 2 cents a coin. Now imagine one everyone. I'm not going to say everyone, but that's not going to be the case. There's just going to be a lot of people ass out trying to get into XRP, which is about $3 a coin. That's going to go and blow through the roof, man. You're looking at within a year. We're looking at $160,000 a coin. That's how explosive this will be. And it's be mindful of you, for those who are listening, to get on board, man. Because I've been talking about this, and we've been talking about this for I don't know how long. So, you want to comment on that?
I've been following this, about maybe 10 years ago, I was hot on Jesara Nasara and what it means to everyone and so on and so forth. And what I've come to find out, my brother, is this. When the reset happens, I wouldn't fearmonger people, and I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm talking about in general.
Right.
Everybody's going to have what they need and then some. And
Right.
if you're aware of the, let me take Nasara.
Cállate. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you good, brother. Insofar as Nasara is concerned, the national account, like you said a minute ago, everybody's going to be housed, fed, and clothed efficiently, so that there's no need to. My understanding of Nasara Jesara is that whatever amount of money you have in the bank or what have you, if you're not somebody who's under the secret elites or something like that, that money is going to transfer into whatever money is begun to be backed by gold.
Right.
And you're going to roll it into that.
Right.
So this person you was talking about that was taken recently maybe he got it disingenuously or something like that.
Okay, right.
The money. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying I'm using my
No,
mind.
I feel you.
Right, because the way I understand Nasara Jesara, all the people who are worthy of having what they're supposed to have is going to have what they're supposed to have.
Right.
Meaning, you're not going to, if you live in an apartment and that's your home that you want to stay in because you've been there so long or because you just like the place, that's going to be your home. You're not going to have to pay rent or co-op fees or anything to show ownership. You live there and you're not going to be paying rent. You probably pay a maintenance fee. It'll probably be $100 a month or something like that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So, along with other laws, the Congress is supposed to be disbanded, and they're going to train all the judges on constitutional law as opposed to this statute law and all this bullshit. So, it's a benefit. It's going to be a jubilee, but like a world jubilee, and based on fairness and goodwill to all people.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that's my understanding of that dynamic, brother.
No, you're right. Also, if you have a mortgage or credit cards or debt, all that gets wiped out. You start from zero.
Debt jubilee.
Yeah, so you get wiped out in a good way. So, yeah, but you're right. So let's move forward. I don't know how much time you got, so I want you to really understand this next video. I really like this guy. His name is the Amazing Lucas or something like that, right? So let's just get right on into it. It's 15 minutes long. I'll be right back. And this is the downfall of white folk. They don't even see their own downfall. Pride has
They see
covered
it,
their
brother.
eyes.
No,
Huh?
I don't put you on that. They see it. They seeing it.
Do you see it?
I said they are seeing it.
Okay. Well,
Well, let me qualify that. The more
okay,
enlightened ones see it.
right,
Right. I mean, I'm not saying they like it or they agree with, and then there's a lot of them that see it, but they ain't gonna say that.
right.
It's like basically Cinderella trying to make it home before the pumpkin turned back into before the
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. I
carriage
go with
turned
that.
back into a pumpkin.
Right.
So okay, I'll let you go now, bro.
Okay. Hold on. Let's go right into it. Excuse me. Let's go right into it.
If I tried.
Hold on.
I couldn't make this up if I tried. So we have our favorite racist, and that is going to be Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie Kirk, who's most famously known for being afraid that there's a black pilot. That person, I'm trying to say, I hope he's qualified, okay? I hope he's qualified, because he could be DEI. I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Nothing but, classic fear mongering that they did, in the White House at one point with Birth of a Nation that they've continued on until 2025. It's the lineage of evil. That's why we call it the lineage of evil, because it's a lineage, and Charlie Kirk is definitely a part of it and holding the lineage strong. That being said, this anti-black racist goes on with another anti-black racist, Tucker Carlson podcast. Now, Tucker has been a little easy on black people right now. His focus is targeting the Jews, right? The Jews, that's what's going on. Mossad, that's what's happening. But there was a clip that caught my attention because I couldn't believe what they were saying. And the reason why I couldn't believe what they were saying, because it was so hypocritical. The hypocrisy in this clip it was just too much, man. It was overwhelming to like my nervous system. Like I had to like take a breather, take a walk, right? That's what I had to do. Because what Charlie Kirk is saying is exactly what black people have been saying for years now, for decades. And whenever we say it, we're ignored. But when Charlie Kirk says it, he has a point. And that is, he's talking about white youth. He's talking about, hey, if white youth just realize their power, that they split the atom, that, they help us fight a war, a world war.
But the power of young white men in this country, if they were motivated and purposeful, yeah, young white men helped us win a world war and get to the moon and split the atom.
And I just find it interesting, first off, because I'm like, it's fascinating how when it comes to war, especially...
This is what the body looks like after calisthenics workouts. If you can't do 50 push-ups, you definitely...
Especially right now, that it's never dubbed white-on-white crime. You ever notice that? How they colorize certain crime, and then other crime, well, it's just crime, Lucas, it's just crime. Then when a white person kills another white person, it's never dubbed as white-on-white crime. Well, this population has a problem. But when a black person kills a black person, oh yeah, it's black on black crime. That's what it is. And being in this country, you become hypersensitive to such things due to the racist background and, the country being systematically racist towards black Americans. This is real. And I think this is something that many people try to refuse because if they accept that this is real, well, then you have two options. Either you accept it and do nothing, or you are forced to do something. And if you are a reasonable, God-fearing individual, which they constantly love to say, God this, God that, you should be inclined to try and undo the wrongs that have been done, that are still being done to this day. When it comes to war, right? The war. I'm like, well, wasn't it the young white people who caused the war? World War I, World War II? Like, are we just going to leave this out of the equation when we talk about white youth? This is followed up with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson is just delicioso, okay? Because he talks about, well, you know what that we have to do to make sure to dumb down these people is to give them weed, is to give them fentanyl, is to give them porn, right? Is to give them DraftKings, gambling.
You better give them weed and fentanyl and benzodiazepines and DraftKings and porn just to kind of disable them so they don't rise up and eat you.
He goes on And they're saying that, it's a conspiracy. It's a Listen to me. Listen to me. This is literal victimhood. Okay, they want to talk about black people being victims. It's like, no, we're just explaining why we're in the predicament that we are in because of your wicked behavior, your wicked nature. I don't know if it's nature or nurture, but based off the lineage of evil, it seems to be a combination of both. Based off your wicked nature, we are in this position because you've come here, as the scripture says, to kill, steal, and destroy. And that's what you're doing. And that's what you're really good at doing, okay? You're like the evil Wolverine. I don't know what to tell you, okay? That's what you are. But to say that there is a conspiracy against white men in the country.
That's what I would do. I'm just saying, like, if I were in charge of society, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm afraid of these guys.
You're so right, and I try to. So I listen to your show all the time, Tucker. And,
Sorry.
when you say stuff like that, I try to challenge it. Like, is it really a centralized conspiracy? I'm like, it's a conspiracy. But then I'm like, I got nothing.
I don't know what to tell you, but how much of a victim can you really be, bro? How much of a victim can you really be? That's a problem that we have right now. We need to make white men great again. That's honestly what we need to do because they're listening to people like Charlie Kirk and they're listening to people like Tucker Carlson. And both of these people are very weak individuals, okay? And what they're feeding the youth is propaganda. Because to say that there's a conspiracy against white people in America or white men in America is insane. If you know just a modicum of American history, like you're telling me white men are against white men in the white dominant country? Is that what you're telling me? Is that the conspiracy? But we all know what the conspiracy is, that they love to scapegoat. They love to scapegoat Jews. That is their favorite tool to as far as to hide their inferiority. And it goes back to what Vivek says and then why they casted him out, which is white mediocrity is going to be the undoing to this country.
Mediocrity.
And this conversation right here, this is exactly the problem. Because not only is it hypocritical, but it doesn't help them. It doesn't help white youth to feed them a conspiracy, a false conspiracy at that, but to feed them conspiracy that they're being attacked. What it does, it alleviates them of any type of responsibility, any type of accountability, and we're seeing that presently. You understand that when black people, right, when we said, hey, there is systemic racism going on in this country, we've seen this through redlining, we've seen this through Jim Crow, we've seen this through hiring practices, we've seen this through hair texture, we've seen this through names, right? People who are named differently getting access to certain jobs. We've seen this through criminal records as far as the policing, over policing certain areas. We've seen this through a litany of things. And when you show them the evidence, what do they say? They go the PBD route. Because when Roland Martin showed PBD, like, hey, this is what's happening. We just had a case when it came to redlining, the government actually said this.
Okay, the Biden administration, the Federal Housing Finance Agency released 47 million appraisal reports to the public for the first time. The appraisals, which were compiled between 2013 and 2021, present evidence of a persistent, widespread practice in the home appraisal industry to give higher values to homes when the occupants are white and devalue them if the owners are people of color.
That's such bullshit.
They don't care. What they'll say is, well, overcome it. That's what they expect. And to be honest with you, I used to get upset with that, to be honest with you. I used to get upset. I'm like, what do you mean overcome it? How about you stop it? But that goes to show what they think of us. Follow me here. Follow me here. Black Americans, listen to me. It goes to show what they think of us. They know that we can overcome it. They know it. They don't think that about them. You'll never hear Tucker Carlson or Charlie Kirk say, hey, we've got to overcome this anti-white racism. Hey, we've got to overcome this porn. Hey, we've got to overcome the abortion. What do? They know that they are significantly lacking in multiple departments. So what do? They try to ban it. Do they not? They're trying to ban. Oh, we got to ban pornography. Oh, we got to ban abortions. Oh, we got to ban this. That's what they immediately go to because they know they don't have the physical power. They don't have the mental fortitude. Okay? They don't have the willpower. They don't have the power to overcome those obstacles. But when they look at us, they know that we do. They know that we can. So they'll put a boulder in front of the road because they know we're smart enough to go around it or go over it or destroy the boulder. They know that. They know that they are incapable of doing the same thing. That's why they talk the way that they talk. Oh, we was Vikings and everything. Oh, we created civilizations. Oh, we did wars and stuff. That's their mindset. It's a Neanderthal caveman mindset. They are very, I mean, they're very challenged, and I mean that respectfully, but they're very challenged in that type of manner. And we have to realize this. The moment we realize this, bruh, the sky's the limit. They have realized this before we realize this. They understand that when they talk about, oh, black people have what's the thing that they have what do they say? They say, oh, low impulse control. They have low impulse control, right? Every single thing that I've said, every single accusation is a confession. You're telling me that white youth are being destroyed by porn? You're telling me that you simply can't click on a website? Like, what are you talking about? Don't go to the website. Don't engage in it. You're telling me that your willpower, your impulse control is so just out of the loop, bro. Is just so running rampant that you have no self-control over your bodily desires. Damn, you have no self-control that, hey, if you actually want a woman, you can go and talk to one. They had no self-control. That's what they are telling us. That's why they have to ban it. They have to ban it for everyone in order to protect themselves.
He's out of line, but he's right.
When it comes to their birth rates, they have to ban it. When it comes to their women, they have to ban it. If it was up to them, they would ban women from getting jobs. They would ban, white women from getting with any other type of men except white men because they can't compete. I'm not saying this. This is not me saying this. This is them saying this. This is 100% them saying this. They come from a mindset where competition was not the norm for them in this country. That's not what it is. And if you look throughout history, what did they do when they got competition? They banned it. They banned it. Time and time and time again, they try to give themselves an unequal playing advantage. That's what they try to do. They try to, the chess piece, they try to rearrange the board or flip the table over. That's always their MO. And what you have to understand is you can't expect nothing but hypocrisy from these individuals. You can't expect that. So we have got to do for self. We want something changed. They know we have the mental fortitude, the physical fortitude to change it. This is something that we have yet to discover. And it's wild because it makes sense, because the last thing you want is the lion to know it's in a circus. That's the last thing you want the lion to get to understand, to be aware, hey, I'm in a circus and I should be out in the jungle, bro. Hey, they throwing meat at me when I should be out hunting. And they have done everything in their power to condition us, have they not? They have done everything in their power to make us docile and complacent. Because once the lion understands, hey, there's nothing they can really do to me. I can just walk out of this circus, right? Once that lion understands that, everyone in the circus has a problem. Everyone. So I found this clip so just emblematic of the history and the conditioning that is taking place. Because when we talked about crack in our communities and how it completely ravaged communities, how it ravaged families, what did they say? Well, you didn't have to take the crack. When fentanyl goes into their communities, what do they say? Well, we've got to ban fentanyl. We've got to put more people at the border to stop this fentanyl surge. So it goes to show they expect more of us. Not because they don't think we can do it, because they do. They know we can do it. That's the thing. They know they can't do it. Okay? Now, is that fair? I don't 100% not. But is it the case? Yes, it is the case. They know that despite all the evils and the wickedness that they've done, that we will rise and overcome. That if the same wickedness was done to them, they would be destroyed. Where do you think the whole white replacement comes from? Where do you think the whole Timmy replacement comes from? It comes from a state of fear. The fact that they cannot handle the same obstacles and challenges and discrimination that was targeted towards us. They're not built like that. That's where that fear stems from. It stems from a backlash that, hey, if these people ever were to treat us the same way that we treated them, we would be extinct. We would be demolished. Now, the irony in all this is that they're destroying themselves. That's the irony in all of it. The lineage of evil is destroying themselves due to their obsession with our destruction.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
I don't know. God works in mysterious ways, but that's what it is. So I just wanted to put out this video because I thought it was just hilarious hearing them say this. Hearing two white men, very privileged white men, mind you. They are the elite of the elite of white men. That goes to show you where we're at right now. I'm not, like I said, make white big great again, because neither of them are Chads. Neither of them could hold their own in any type of fight, any type of battle, nothing. Okay, they can't even hold themselves in a looks competition. All right, if we're gonna be honest, that's why we have tall, dark, and handsome. But that's besides the point. Okay, you have to understand this is the false narrative. This is the false world that they've created for themselves to cope with their degeneracy. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think, whether or not you believe, oh, you hate white people, Lucas, you're a racist, I don't know what happened to you, and this is disgusting, and blah, blah, blah. Or if you believe, yeah, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Just because we can handle the obstacles and challenges and overcome them, doesn't mean that we should still face them, right? Just because we can drive around the boulder that they place on the road, doesn't mean that the boulder should be there in the first place. And that's a concept that they haven't grasped yet. I find that interesting. Find very interesting. Nevertheless, if you happen to disagree, you know where to find me Thursday through Saturday, disagreement day. You call in and we duke it out. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please feel free to like, share, comment. Let me know what you guys think. And subscribe. And that fun stuff. So next time, guys, be amazing.
I like this guy, man. I want to make a comment about this too. Hold on. Oh, I didn't. He's over there. But only Grayson. Are you there, bro? Okay, let me get rid of this one. So, hold on. Are you there? Oh, okay, go ahead. Do you have any comments about that?
No, not really. I was waiting for the next thing.
Oh, okay. I don't
want to cut you off. I want you to get in as much as possible while I'm still here, like you said.
Okay. So my comment about that is real simple, man. White folks ain't shit. They know that motherfucking boulder is there. They know they hurt those hurdles are there.
They put it there.
They
man.
know.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and the thing is, this kumbaya bullshit that niggas are falling for in America, talking about, well, there's some good white folks. There ain't no good white folks at all. I covered this in my ADL, Anti-Defamation League video, which you can find on my site as well, about how that bullshit started. A black guy testified against a wannabe Jew guy, and he got convicted and was killed. From that moment on, the wannabe Jew, fake Jew, started to do some serious damage on our black men, black people, black women's image. And through Hollywood, through radio, and through movies, and blackface, and big black lips, or red lips, or whatever the case may be, they did a job on us. So don't fucking tell me that we need to be holding hands. Fuck them motherfucking hands. They dirty in a motherfucker. And you can see this in Palestine. I've seen, and we're gonna cover. I'm gonna show some pictures too about this and how these babies are just skeletons, man. Not only are these fucking wannabe more army, the IDF are not more. They're raping the shit out of people, anally, orally, vaginally, babies, kids, adolescents, young adults. Hold on. What the hell? Young adults. You name it. And they doing everything under the sun. The biggest fucking pedophiles in the world go to Israel for protection. And a lot of these motherfuckers are Jews, want to be Jews, Ashkenazi Jews. Fuck them. Ain't one of these motherfuckers, Charlie Cook, nor Tucker Carlson, came onto my show, and I have written to them so many times. I said, "Fuck it." They're not. They don't want to. They want to see my black ass. They don't want. They don't want to fuck with me. They ain't coming, bro. Cause I'm gonna. I'm going to chew them up and not spit them out, but shit them out. Because I'm not playing, man. They can't stand the flame of truth. They hoping that, we don't know shit, but we know. And I'm not the only one. You're not the only one. We not the only one. We know. And they prefer these stepping fetching motherfuckers.
They don't prefer them. They have to.
Huh?
You have to understand. Even though there's these guys are supposed to be the intelligista for their representation, you still have to be vetted in order to even have access to these people.
Oh, of course. Because, in the 1960s, when the Big Six took place, they weren't getting no kind of coverage. And so the ADL, under the guise of being all friendly and Jew Black connection, and we're going to help you. Man, these motherfuckers were cunning. They weren't helping us. They were helping themselves to break up the black unity. In the 1960s, Hoover said the biggest threat to America is black unity. Now look at it. You can kill the revolutionary, but you cannot kill the revolution, baby. Yeah, it's just gonna happen. It's just gonna, and we can see that now. And we're going to be getting into Africa and what that means, because now Africa as a continent united is the new UN. They said, the UN, we out of UN, motherfucker. They coming for that ass, man. You talking about weapons and armory and military equipment that is so out of this world. It's gonna be undeniable that the black man is God. We're coming on that ass, and we're gonna take all of our shit back from France, all of Europe, and America. And to be honest with you, and I'm pretty sure you will agree, that the New World Order is black. Black, blackity, black, black, black. Afro gold, the new currency, all of this getting on the ledger that they are creating, that they have created now. It's activated. One currency, one voice, one continent.
Hey, brother
One
Isaiah,
heart.
with that
Huh?
said, hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
What you just said, all what you just said, I want you to look at this link. I just put it in the chat a second ago. And just, if you can't even play it for a second, just read the title to the audience.
Hold on. Did you see it? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
The latest innovation in Zimbabwe currency landscape.
No, not that one. The link. The last one, the link.
Oh, the YouTube one?
Yeah. Please.
Okay,
just
hold
check it
on.
out. Then look at it.
Hold on. Let me see. The text. Oh, no, that's not it. Hold on. Let me. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah. You see the second word?
Faso, who's bold.
Beg for. Oh, yeah, I got that lined up on the video they're going to be playing.
Oh, okay. So then because I wanted to make sure that I made that point of at least you check it out before.
Yeah.
So I know you covered it.
Okay. Yeah, I got that one covered, man. This shit gonna get funky real quick, real fast. Cause now it's payback time, man. You know what I mean? Hold on, I want to make sure I didn't erase. Hold on. Okay, no, I didn't erase it. So yeah, so it is so critical to understand that when you know the past, you can understand the present and predict the future. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's why it's so very fucking important to read and to learn and to grow and to earn and to be a better person internally and externally, so that those two dimensions, the external and the internal, are equal. This is why a lot of people are walking around, you know what I mean? They're all fucked up and confused. But if you just settle down, be quiet, and settle your mind down and link back to our ancestors, they got all the goddamn answers. But no, see, they want to be out here twerking and drinking and partying and, you know what I mean? But it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right because once uh, uh, our ancestors' foot get all up in that ass, it's going to be one. So let's go on and see what's up. We're going to go in. Now, this is one of the 22-minute ones. So hold on, let me see. Yeah, let me knock this one on out, and then we'll go to the SABN. I don't know if you subscribe to his channel, but that's a powerful brother. So let's get to it.
But that's the Pan-Africanism and the leadership and vision that President Kagame is sharing with you all.
Something strange just happened in Africa. Without warning, two of its most unlikely nations, Rwanda and Burkina Faso, signed a deal so powerful that it could change the entire continent's future. But why are these two countries suddenly talking about atomic energy? Who's helping them and what are they planning? Let's find out. In July 2025, in what seemed like an ordinary diplomatic bulletin, something extraordinary emerged from Kigali and Ouagadougou. Two African governments, one led by a military revolutionary and the other by a longtime technocratic reformer, simultaneously revealed a joint commitment to launch a nuclear energy alliance. The announcement was sparse in detail, but rich in implication. Rwanda and Burkina Faso are officially collaborating to develop and deploy nuclear energy on African soil, not in the distant future, but starting now. This is not just paperwork. It's already moving. Burkina Faso has quietly inaugurated its National Atomic Energy Agency, a full-state institution tasked with steering the country's civilian nuclear ambitions, not as a side project or an experimental wing, but as a central organ of national energy policy. In parallel, Rwanda confirmed its intention to begin construction of a small modular reactor SMR by 2030, a miniature atomic system that runs on next-generation high-ass, low-enriched uranium HALEU, the same tech being championed by countries like the US and Canada. What makes this headline explosive isn't just the technology, it's the symbolism. Two landlocked, often underestimated African nations have jumped ahead of the global nuclear queue. No massive donor ceremony, no dependence on a Western-led development bank. They simply moved. And behind that movement is something far more strategic than energy, a reshuffling of geopolitical identity. While media coverage was almost non-existent in mainstream Western outlets, regional platforms erupted. Pan-African social media lit up with disbelief and pride. Was this real? Could Africa produce nuclear power on its terms? And more importantly, why now? The timing of this development is no coincidence. The global energy map is fracturing. As Europe doubles down on gas in the wake of the Ukraine war and the West escalates trade tensions with China, energy access has become a weapon of leverage. Africa, long used as a battleground for resource extraction and greenwashing, is finally turning the tables, and Kagame and Traoré are the first to draw the line. What Rwanda and Burkina Faso have done is not just break a taboo, they've rewritten the script. Africa has often been told that nuclear energy is too risky, too expensive, and too advanced for its institutions to handle. But both governments are rejecting that narrative. They are not asking for charity or permission. They are writing contracts, training personnel, and defining their safety protocols. And the partnerships, they're already set in motion. Rwanda signed a powerful memorandum of understanding with Nanuclear Energy, a US-based company developing microreactors, compact transportable energy generators, ideal for off-grid communities and industrial hubs. The agreement includes not only reactor tech, but also knowledge sharing, technical education, and long-term investment planning. This isn't a handout, it's a stake in the future. Burkina Faso, on the other hand, is working with Russia's Rosatom, the world's most aggressive nuclear exporter. Rosatom has begun conducting site assessments in Burkina Faso, offering scholarships to young engineers, and preparing joint feasibility studies for training centers and research facilities. According to sources close to the administration, plans are underway to draft national legislation for reactor operation within the next year. Yet despite all this activity, major world powers have remained oddly quiet. There's been no congratulatory press release from the IAEA, no detailed coverage by Western media, no diplomatic praise from Europe or the US. The silence is as political as the alliance itself. What does it mean when Africa moves independently, especially with nuclear energy, and no one in Washington, London, or Paris collapse? This isn't just about reactors and uranium. It's about control, about who sets the terms of progress, about whether Africa will continue to follow or finally lead. And now that the shockwave has rippled through the continent, the question is no longer whether Africa can go nuclear. It's this. What exactly are Rwanda and Burkina Faso planning behind the scenes? And how far are they willing to go? To understand this, we must first abandon the notion that nuclear energy is reserved for the rich and developed. Rwanda and Burkina Faso have one thing their larger, more bureaucratic neighbors often lack: political will with velocity. Their governments are fast, focused, and unafraid of shaking off external expectations. They do not carry the weight of sluggish parliaments, bloated ministries, or post-colonial dependence dressed up as diplomacy. They are lean, ambitious, and driven by a survival instinct to secure energy without strings attached. By becoming a member, you're not just supporting the channel, you're becoming part of a powerful cultural movement. Let's continue. For Rwanda, the nuclear turn is a logical extension of its national development doctrine. Since Kagame took power, Rwanda has been obsessed with order, efficiency, and self-reliance. It was the first African country to ban plastic bags, one of the first to adopt drone delivery systems, and is widely considered the cleanest and safest urban hub on the continent. Kigali runs on long-term planning, not donor dependency. Its energy policy reflects this same ethos. For years, the Rwanda government has quietly studied atomic technologies, dispatched delegations to IAEA conferences, and benchmarked SMR designs being rolled out in Canada, Argentina, and South Korea. Now, with global support fractured and energy markets volatile, Kagame has decided it's time to stop studying and start building. Burkina Faso's path is radically different, but no less compelling. Under Captain Ibrahim Traoré, the country has undergone a seismic political shift. Traoré did not take office through traditional electoral means. He rose to power through revolution. His administration has cut ties with former colonial rulers, restructured defense forces, and repositioned Burkina Faso as a state determined to reclaim its autonomy in every sector, including energy. The pivot to nuclear must be read as an act of economic emancipation. For Traoré, dependence on foreign oil, volatile regional grids, or externally funded solar projects is just another form of colonialism. By establishing a national atomic agency and drafting new energy laws, he's attempting to do what past governments only imagined: create an energy strategy that answers to no one but the Birken Bay people. But what truly binds Rwanda and Burkina Faso together in this nuclear venture is not ideology or even technology. It's urgency. Both nations know that the traditional path to electrification, slow donor-funded expansion of hydro, solar, and diesel grids, is too little, too late. Their populations are young, growing, and increasingly urbanized. Power cuts, mean-stalled factories, halted data centers, uncooled hospitals, and rising unrest. In this context, nuclear power is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. Critics often point to the high cost and long timelines of nuclear projects, but that misses the deeper point. What Kagame and Traoré are investing in is not just kilowatt hours, it's credibility. The credibility of an African nation that can master complex systems. The credibility to engage in global markets as peers, not pawns. and the credibility to chart their course without permission from Paris, Washington, or Beijing. Moreover, by joining forces, they are mitigating risk. Rwanda's logistical sophistication and bureaucratic discipline complement Burkina Faso's raw political will and natural resource leverage. Rwanda may have the reactors first, but Burkina Faso brings uranium deposits and regional clout in West Africa. Together, they can pressure multilateral institutions to take Africa's nuclear aspirations seriously, while building a model of cooperation that sidesteps the failures of older continental frameworks. The formation of this alliance signals a new era where national development is no longer dictated by colonial-era borders or outdated expectations. These two countries are rewriting what it means to be small in global politics. Because when your power grid runs on atoms instead of charity, you're not small anymore. And the world is only just beginning to notice. But what exactly are the blueprints? Who's financing this? And how are they training Africans to run reactors when many don't even have steady electricity today? If Rwanda and Burkina Faso are holding the steering wheel of Africa's nuclear drive, it's worth asking who's building the engine. No country develops atomic energy in a vacuum. From uranium supply chains to reactor designs, international collaboration is not optional. It's a requirement. But unlike past development, projects where Africa was often handed blueprints drawn in foreign boardrooms, this time something is different. The partnerships behind this nuclear leap are strategically chosen, ideologically diverse, and unusually quiet. Let's start with Rwanda. Known for its tight diplomatic choreography, Kigali has chosen a rather unexpected ally for its nuclear venture, Nanuclear Energy, a US-based startup that specializes in microreactors and small modular systems. This isn't General Electric or Westinghouse, the legacy giants of American atomic power. It's a new generation firm, agile and ambitious, just like Rwanda itself. The deal goes beyond reactor delivery. It includes collaboration on academic curriculum development, safety training, and public awareness campaigns. Engineers from Rwanda are already being trained to design, operate, and troubleshoot microreactors, devices small enough to power an industrial park, but potent enough to transform energy access in rural regions. What makes this especially intriguing is the geopolitical context. Rwanda has historically walked a fine line between East and West, receiving investment from China while maintaining close ties with the United States and Europe. Partnering with an American company in a field as sensitive as nuclear energy sends a subtle message. Rwanda is choosing technology partners, not political masters. But swing west to Burkina Faso and the picture takes a dramatic turn. Traore's government has turned to Rosatom, Russia's nuclear titan. Rosatom is more than just a vendor. It is a geopolitical tool used by the Kremlin to extend influence from Hungary to Egypt to Venezuela. In Burkina Faso, however, the relationship is being framed not as allegiance, but as leverage. Russia brings what no Western institution currently offers: immediate training, turnkey research partnerships, and minimal political conditionality. Burkinabe engineering students are already being placed in Russian universities. Drafts for nuclear research institutes are circulating among the highest levels of Traore's cabinet. Unlike the West's cautious risk assessments, Russia is saying, let's start building. This east-west divergence is not a contradiction. It's a deliberate strategy. By anchoring themselves between US-linked innovation and Russian atomic experience, Rwanda and Burkina Faso are de-risking their nuclear plans. If one source of technology becomes inaccessible due to sanctions or politics, they have alternatives. It's the kind of hedging that used to be reserved for larger powers like India or Brazil. Now, two African nations are using the same playbook with no apologies. But what about the global institutions usually tasked with managing nuclear development? Here, the silence is striking. The International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, which oversees nuclear safety and compliance, has issued no major statements on either project. The World Bank, notorious for excluding nuclear energy from its financing models, has not made any noise. Western media coverage has been minimal, treating the announcements as niche news rather than the tectonic shift they are. Why? Perhaps it's because these projects were not requested. They were not born in New York or Geneva. They were not the product of development frameworks or aid compacts. They emerged from sovereign planning, closed-door or agreements, and bold domestic decisions. That makes them harder to control and even harder to dismiss. This is not to say everything is frictionless. Some Western embassies have expressed private concern over safety protocols, regional oversight, and the potential for political misuse. But there is no evidence, none, that these nations are pursuing anything other than civilian energy. Both governments have insisted on transparency, signing cooperation, frameworks that involve public updates, university partnerships, and adherence to global non-proliferation norms. The difference this time is tone. Africa is not explaining itself. It is building what it believes is necessary and selecting who gets to help. And so, as foreign powers whisper their concerns or scramble to get involved, one thing is becoming clear. The question is no longer whether African nations are ready for nuclear partnerships. It's whether the rest of the world is ready to accept an Africa that chooses its allies, shapes its future, and builds without asking. But even with partners in place, there's one missing piece: the people who will run it all. Who are the future African nuclear scientists? Where are they being trained? And what kind of mindset is required to manage something so powerful? Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black culture, history, civilization, and identity. Let's continue. Now, these questions are no longer theoretical. In both Rwanda and Burkina Faso, the gears are turning to produce a new class of African experts, not just nuclear engineers, but reactor operators, radiological safety officers, policy architects, cybersecurity analysts, and energy economists. The ambition is not to rent foreign consultants for the next decade. The ambition is to own the future brain by brain. Rwanda has made its strategy startlingly clear. Even before its small modular reactor SMR breaks ground, it has begun integrating nuclear science into its academic architecture. Several Rwanda universities, including the University of Rwanda and the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, are introducing interdisciplinary courses in nuclear physics, atomic modeling, and material science. But this isn't just theoretical classroom work. Students are being fast-tracked into fieldwork through Rwanda's partnerships with countries like Hungary, Canada, and South Korea, where they are gaining hands-on experience with real-world reactors, simulation labs, and advanced containment systems. There's also a broader cultural shift underway. For years, nuclear science was framed as something distant, too elite, too foreign, too risky. That narrative is now being actively dismantled. Rwanda's Atomic Energy Board has launched public workshops, career roadshows, and science fairs across the country to demystify atomic energy. In a groundbreaking campaign, they even enlisted Rwanda artists and filmmakers to create accessible media, explaining how SMRs work and why they're safe. The message is simple but revolutionary. Nuclear is not foreign. Nuclear is Rwanda. But if Rwanda is building its scientific future through institutional calm and academic rigor, Burkina Faso is doing it through fire, the kind that comes from revolution, disruption, and radical urgency. Under Traoré's leadership, the very idea of scientific education has taken on a nationalist tone. The government has identified energy independence as not just an economic issue, but a cultural one. In speeches, Traoré has framed the pursuit of nuclear science as a second liberation, not from colonial armies this time, but from colonial assumptions that Africa cannot master complexity. To translate that rhetoric into action, Burkina Faso is creating what it calls a nuclear cadre program, a nationwide initiative to identify high-potential students, some as young as 14, and place them on a government-sponsored trajectory through science-focused high schools, university scholarships, and international placements. Russian, Indian, and Egyptian universities have already signed on to receive these students with training tracks specifically tailored to Burkina Faso's planned nuclear ecosystem. A National Institute for Atomic Sciences is currently being designed in collaboration with Rosatom and will be headquartered in Ouagadougou. If completed, it will be the first such facility in West Africa. But perhaps the most radical move of all is how Burkina Faso is making this education political. Public television now airs weekly programs about nuclear science, often featuring local scientists, religious leaders, and community elders discussing not just the mechanics, but the philosophy of energy. What does it mean to generate your power? What kind of discipline does nuclear energy demand of people? These questions are not confined to policy rooms. They are being asked in mosques, schools, and markets. The unifying thread between the two nations is clarity. Nuclear energy is a human system. Without the minds to run it, it's nothing but a steel shell. With the right mindset, it becomes a continent's heartbeat. And both governments know they cannot import that heartbeat. It must be grown at home, spoken in local languages, shaped by local ethics, and carried with local pride. What emerges from this convergence is more than a workforce. It is a generation trained not to copy, but to create. A generation that will design reactors, write safety codes, argue energy policy in global forums, and perhaps one day sell African-made technology to the world. Still, even with trained scientists and international support, this nuclear dream cannot remain confined to two countries. There is a larger vision unfolding quietly, one that involves the entire continent. The question now is, can this revolution become a union? Rwanda and Burkina Faso have done more than ignite atomic ambitions. They have planted the seed of something far larger, a vision not just of two nations going nuclear, but of an entire continent connected by shared power, shared knowledge, and shared destiny. What started as a bilateral agreement now hints at a continental shift, one with the potential to turn Africa from a fragmented patchwork of energy poverty into a unified block of atomic self-reliance. That idea, once unthinkable, is now being whispered in the corridors of the African Union. Discussions are underway for a long-term framework that would enable nuclear cooperation between multiple African countries, far beyond simple knowledge sharing. This isn't about grand declarations or symbolic meetings. It's about hard integration, interoperable energy grids, joint financing for infrastructure, shared research facilities, and standardized reactor licensing laws. If successful, this could become the most advanced scientific collaboration in African history, an African atomic commons. The final question isn't whether Africa can go nuclear. It's whether the world is ready for an Africa that already is. So, who's stopping Africa now? Will the West try to shut it down? Let us know in the comments section who flipped the switch. Do you want to watch more videos like this one? If so, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon next to it. We have decided to bring videos on something nobody talks about, the Black culture, civilization, history, and evidence about how glorious Blacks have been. Thanks for watching, and until the next video, stay tuned.
What do you think? Elias, are you there? Brother Elias.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. I'm still here. Yeah, man. It's basically what I sent you, without all the details. As we speak, those with melanin are on the rise, and those without the important melanin are on the decline, and it's just going to continue. And those who remain will be happy, and those who don't won't be here,
Right.
whether
Right.
they're happy where they're at or not.
Right.
It is what it is, man. It's a beautiful time to be alive if you have the proper way of looking at it, because even they recognize it. Come on, man. They said that in an average year, there's maybe 1,000 or just over volcanic eruptions. As of last week, there's been over 4,000, and they're happening more and more and more and more every day in places with volcanoes which have been dormant for like thousands, if not millions of years. It is being said that some of these giant eggs they're finding down in underwater volcanoes are actually dragons coming back up to re-exist. We're going to start seeing animals and creatures. Some of them we can't even call animals that we've never seen before because it's their time to come back because time moves in a circle, basically. And we're at the end of or beginning of another circle. So we're zeroing out of a time loop, basically. And with that, I'm done. You're on mute, bro.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the animals are leaving Yellowstone National Park and everywhere. Savoir-faire is everywhere.
And
And there's no doubt.
because they're hooked up to the Schumann resonance, you know, they don't need an early alert system or something like that. If they're leaving, that means it's eventually going to blow. Now, is it going to be the big one we've all been waiting for since time immemorial? Who knows? But remember, their most steady geysers named Old Reliable.
Right.
What happens if it blows reliably like it did 1,000 years ago?
Right.
You have you ever heard of the Carrington event?
The who?
Carrington event.
No. What is that?
Oh man, I got to send you the info on that, bro.
Yeah.
Information. Oh, that's a heavy one. Let me send you something. You can talk while I look it up, and then I'm gonna have to get out of here in a minute or two.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So, what we are going to do, we're going to go to the next one. This is SABN, Supreme African Breaking News. And I would suggest that if you have not subscribed to the channel of this brother, please do so. And I will be right back. This one, AU confirms rotating presidency. Here's who leads first. The first guy is out of, not Traore, but out of South Africa. And the first election take place in February of 26, on the day of 26. So here we go.
Hey, Isaiah.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead.
Real quick, because I just found it. I just want you to read it to the public so they can know how serious this is. Before I go, I want to, see if you get any traction on this. I'm going to put a AI definition of it, and then I'll put the link behind it if you want to look into it more.
Okay. Cool. All right, cool. So
I just dropped it. Just read that little piece, then I'm gonna drop the link.
Okay, it said the Carrington event was a large solar storm that took place at the beginning of September 1859, just a few months before the solar maximum of 1860. It created strong auroral, I guess I'm pronouncing that correctly, displays that were reported globally in cars sparking and even fires in telegraph stations. 14, the event is named after Richard Carrington, an amateur sky watcher in a small town near London, England, who was the first to observe a solar flare. He saw a white light flare while sketching. Okay, wait a second. Hey, hello, okay. He saw a white light
flare. Moment too, man.
Huh?
They need their moment too.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna play this one and look at it because I don't want to disturb the video. But okay. Wait a second. Yeah. Mañana, sí. Oh, okay. So
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
up
go
out
ahead.
of
Go ahead.
here.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna leave?
Yeah, hey, holla at me, man. During the week, man. Let's get up and talk about how can we do some different things, because I definitely want to help you out on the Tuesday show as well.
Okay. Okay. Cool, man. I appreciate it, and thank you
All
for
right,
coming.
brother. All right,
Okay.
anytime, man. You already know. Thank you for inviting me. Peace to you
Cool.
and the family.
Stay black.
You too, brother. One love.
All right. So here we go. So we're gonna finish that one out, and I'll be right back.
Rotating presidency. Here's who leads first. By Takuna Mabika, Supreme Africa Breaking News. Tisu Van Uvacho. The throne just got wheels. Part 1. The bombshell announcement. AU says, rotate the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens of the continent, the African Union has just confirmed what insiders have been whispering for months. The One Africa government presidency will be rotational. Yes, you heard that right. No dictatorship, no president for life drama, no coup de coup delivery, just rotation, like a steering wheel or a stew pot on an open fire. Everyone gets a turn to stir. And now, after intense debates, endless late-night calls, and secret meetings deep in Addis Ababa, the AU has released the official plan. And guess what? We know who leads first, and who's already lobbying to be next.
Oh my God, did you get dentures? Your teeth look so good, is what my mother-in-law said when she saw me at Thanksgiving. Her jaw dropped when I told her they were my nephew.
Okay, hold on.
You see, I used to...
Let's get into it. Part 2. What is a rotating presidency? Why did they choose it? So what's this whole rotating presidency thing? In simple terms, every few years a new African leader becomes president of the One Africa government. Not by war, not by force, but by peaceful continental elections inside the AU. It's like the EU Council presidency, but make it African, louder, and spicier. Why? Open quote. To prevent dominance, reduce tension, and build continental trust, says Mama Pan Africa, our diplomatic leak from inside AU political affairs. Close quote. And let's be honest, Africa's had enough of leaders overstaying their welcome. Some of them act like their thrones have seatbelts. Part 3, the term length. How long does each president serve? The official documents confirm. One president, 1 4-year term. No re-election. No second chance. No third term whispers. You get 4 years to lead 55 nations or 1.5 billion people, and then hand over. Open quote. We want performance, not personality cults, says AU Chair Juan Lorenzo, who's currently holding the seat until the first rotation starts in February 2026. Close quote. Yes, that's the big date. Mark it on your AfroGold calendar. Part 4. Who gets to lead first? The historic decision. Now to the burning question. Who leads the One Africa government first? After fierce debate, backroom diplomacy, and even some heated meme wars on AU WhatsApp, the African Union has confirmed South Africa will lead the first term. And representing the region, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Yes, Mr. Soft-Spoken is taking the continental wheel first. Why South Africa? Because of 3 key reasons, according to insider Chairman Shadow. 1. Stable democratic institutions. 2. Strong judiciary and financial systems. 3. Symbolic connection to Mandela's legacy of unity. Also, South Africa kind of threatened to pull its internet cables if they weren't chosen. Okay, maybe not, but imagine. Part 5. What happens after South Africa? Who's next in line? The AU's rotation model follows a regional balance system, meaning each major bloc gets a turn before any repeats. The rotation schedule looks like this. 1. Southern Africa, SADC. South Africa. 2. West Africa, ECOWAS AES. Nigeria or Burkina Faso. 3. East Africa, EAC, Kenya or Tanzania. 4. North Africa, Egypt or Algeria. 5. Central Africa, Congo or Cameroon. 6. Island nations in special seats, Madagascar, Seychelles, or diaspora rep. So in theory, we might see Ibrahim Traore, William Ruto, El Sisi, Paul Kagame, or even somebody from Mauritius wearing that gold AU sash. Insiders revealed the behind-the-scenes lobbying know this. Don't be fooled. This wasn't all peaceful smiles and doves. Sources inside the AU parliament say there was real backroom chaos. Nigeria argued, "We have the biggest population. Give us the crown." Egypt said, "We built pyramids before y'all had electricity. Give us the crown." Burkina Faso whispered, "We bleed for Pan-Africanism." Traore is the future. Kenya brought their lawyers. Congo brought their dance crew. But South Africa sealed it with diplomacy, stable numbers, and, allegedly, a promise to host the first One Africa presidential palace in Pretoria. Part 7. Where will the president sit? The capital question. Big question. With rotating presidents, where's the actual seat of power? Answer: Addis Ababa remains the administrative capital. But the current AU plan is to build 5 presidential capitals across the continent where the president can lead from their home region. Each capital will be smart city ready, internet sovereign.
Hold on, noise. I hate that shit, but hey, it is what it is.
AfroNet powered, AfroGold compliant, protected by the One Africa Army. These cities will also become continental hubs for festivals, economic forums, and Pan-African celebrations. Imagine the vibes. Part 8. The flag handover ceremony. What to expect in 2026. February 2026 won't just be a handover. It will be a full-blown African spectacle. Live performances from Burna Boy, Zap, Saudi Soul, speeches from elders and youth leaders, a public unity oath with all 55 flags folding into one, a torch relay from Addis to Pretoria, AfroGold fireworks that rain gold sparks in every capital. And yes, Takunda Mabika will be live on the Sabin rooftop in a kente jacket. 9. Street reactions. Real Africans speak out. In Lagos, open quote, if they rotate the presidency like they rotate DJs at the club, I'm down. Close quote. In Bulawayo, open quote, as long as they don't rotate fuel prices too. Close quote. In Nairobi, open quote, I want Ruto to lead, but let's give Ramaphosa a chance. Maybe he'll bring us Eskom. Close quote. In Bamako, open quote, as long as Traore is on the list, I'm watching. Close quote. In Kinshasa, open quote, put Diamond Platinums and Fali Ipupa on the inauguration playlist and I'll support anyone. Close quote. Part 10. What this means for you. Yes, you watching. This rotating presidency isn't just for politicians. It affects you. Here's how. Continental policies, laws passed by the One Africa Parliament will carry weight in your country. AfroGold economic plans. The president oversees the rollout of banks, ATMs, and cross-border trade zones. AfroNet and surveillance. Your digital rights and social media activity could now be governed at a continental level. One Africa Army. Your cousin in the military might take orders from the rotating commander-in-chief. Youth opportunity. Each new presidency brings new education, health, and innovation focus, depending on who leads. Part 11. What could go wrong? Expert concerns. Not everyone is clapping, bro. Dr. Ndlovu from the Pan-African Policy Center says, open quote, the risk is instability between transitions. What if a region refuses to hand over power? What if a president refuses to go? Close quote. Professor Amara from Dakar adds, open quote, rotation is powerful, but only if every region has equal voice. Otherwise, we replace old dictatorships with rotating elite clubs. Close quote. And Mama Pan-Africa warns, open quote, we must watch carefully. This can either unite us or confuse us, close quote. So yes, this could be the cure or the chaos. Part 12, Takunda's final word. The crown now turns. Here's what I believe. Africa has worn many crowns, colonial ones, military ones, fake democratic ones. But this rotating presidency is a sign of maturity, of shared power, of strategic humility. It's the AU finally admitting, open quote, no one person can fix Africa, but together we can rotate the burden, close quote. We are watching a dream take shape. Not with one strongman, but with a system strong enough to share leadership. If Ramaphosa leads with wisdom, if Traore brings the fire next, if Ruto builds bridges, and if the youth keep rising, then maybe, just maybe, this rotation isn't just a plan, it's our revolution. Call to action. Sabien style. Like if you believe no one man should hold all the power. Comment. Who should lead the One Africa government after South Africa? Subscribe for weekly political leaks, African comedy, and unstoppable unity. Tisu Vanhu Vacho. We turn politics into purpose. This is your brother, Takunda Mabika, signing off with a golden passport, a rotating mic, and a heart full of hope. Boom.
There it is, there it is, there it is. Ah. So, you guys heard that. So, what is significant about that? Hold on. So, what is significant about that is the fact that united we stand and take over, divided we fall and stay in the same shithole. I've said this on this show, on Brother Maurice's show, everybody's show that I've been on. that unity is the blessing. Disunity is the curse or the curses. Once we get a taste, just a sliver of that meat, just a drop of that steak juice, it's over. Freedom, justice, righteousness, truth will all come out of Africa and the diaspora because Africa begins and ends at the four corners of the world. If you remember the Pangea, all the continents were together. And everywhere else on that Pangea were only black people. White people come from black people. The Dravidian albinos out of India that made it with normal black people. Don't make this shit hard. We are the true everything. And so when we began to realize this and stop listening to these fucking tail-grown bitches, then it's over. It's been over. All you gotta do is open up your eyes, my people, and unite, my people. That's it. This is not a calculus problem. This is 1 + 1 = 2. Period. So we're gonna go on to the next one, and then this is 20 minutes long. This is just each and every one of these. You gotta put them together like a jigsaw puzzle. You just can't look at one and then think that that's all there is. There's a lot more than that. You gotta put the pieces together and to be able to see where this world is going and how to take advantage of it. Everything will be on the blockchain. There is no more cheating. There is no more scamming. There is no more nothing. And you're going to see in a video where in Africa, all of Africa, is getting itself on the blockchain. You can't cheat anymore. You can't rob anymore. You can't steal anymore. Because what's going to happen? If you kill it, they're going to kill you. Civilization, hold on for a second, there's a lot of noise. Oh, yeah, hold on. So they got to be black. Only black people play music like that. But anyway, it is so crucial to understand where we are so you can take advantage of it economically, take advantage of it politically, take advantage of it spiritually, and if necessary, take advantage of it physically. That's it. You can probably still hear it. Let me subscribe to this. Okay, so let's get to this, and I'll be right back.
Breaking story about tantalum, a newly discovered mineral in Ghana that had scientists and investors buzzing. But before that excitement could even settle, something else has exploded onto the scene. A viral video has surfaced online reportedly showing the world's largest gold rock, and it was discovered by a group of teenagers in Ghana.
Now, I think this rock of gold is worth about $1.5 billion. Don't quote me on it, but it's in the hundreds of millions. So, hold on.
The footage is raw, unfiltered, and electrifying. Young men, some barely old enough to vote, are seen huddled around a massive gold nugget, their faces beaming with disbelief and pride. They're shouting, laughing, gripping the glistening rock like they've just unearthed a piece of the moon. And maybe they have, because if this discovery is verified, it could become one of the most significant gold finds in modern history. So far, Ghana's official gold authorities haven't confirmed the claim. But the buzz is real. The possibility alone has already set off a frenzy. And honestly, it wouldn't be shocking. Ghana is no stranger to gold. In fact, it's the largest gold producer in Africa and ranks 6th in the entire world. Its earth is so rich in gold that there's a local saying, "There is no land in Ghana without gold, even in the topsoil." That deep-rooted abundance is exactly why Ghana was once known as the Gold Coast, a title given by colonizers who came chasing exactly what these teenagers may have stumbled upon. Today, gold mining isn't just a job in Ghana, it's a tradition, a cultural backbone.
Hey, my YouTube studio is
Hold on.
finally done after 4 long.
From small-scale miners to major companies, Ghanans have built their livelihoods digging into the past to power their future. And now, thanks to a single viral video and a group of lucky young men, the world is once again looking to Ghana, not just for gold, but for gold stories that could change everything. Since the video went viral, reactions have poured in from around the world. Many viewers are cheering these young men on, calling them heroes, pioneers, even symbols of hope. But not everyone is celebrating. A wave of concern has followed the excitement. Some viewers believe these men might be part of Ghana's shadowy world of illegal gold mining. In Ghana, they call it galamsey, a word that carries both desperation and danger. These miners often have no license, no safety equipment, and no legal protection. Just bare hands, rusted shovels, and an unshakable hunger to survive. Gamsey is everywhere. Young unemployed men, scattered across the countryside, digging through soil and rock, chasing gold dust in the hope of a better life. Some rely on old school panning, washing dirt through saves, watching for that telltale shimmer. This underground movement didn't come out of nowhere. Soaring gold prices and rampant youth unemployment have driven thousands into the unregulated mining trade. But it's come at a steep cost. Ghana's rivers are polluted, forests are vanishing, and local communities are left grappling with economic chaos and environmental collapse. So the question is, did these teenagers strike gold or strike a nerve in a country already fighting a war between survival and sustainability? All across Ghana, the scars of illegal gold mining stretch far and wide. Thousands of makeshift mining sites have been carved into the land, often hidden deep within lush forests, once known for their world-class cocoa farms. But the gold rush changed everything. Driven by greed and desperation, local businessmen, powerful politicians, and small-scale miners have formed secret partnerships with foreign investors, many of them Chinese. Together, they've bought out entire cocoa plantations and transformed them into illegal gold pits. And when farmers resist, the tactics turn darker. There are chilling reports of threats, intimidation, even violence used to pressure cocoa farmers into giving up their land. Refuse to sell, and you risk losing more than just your farm. The destruction is staggering. More than 4,700 hectares of land have already been wiped out, an area larger than Athens or Brussels. Even Ghana's protected forest reserves aren't safe. At least 34 of them have already been breached. And while Ghana remains the world's second largest producer of cocoa, its farmers see barely a fraction of the profits from the global chocolate industry, because the land that once grew cocoa now bleeds gold. But the damage doesn't stop with lost farmland. Illegal gold mining is tearing apart Ghana's ecosystems, piece by piece. Once fertile lands are now barren wastelands. Thick forests, once home to rich biodiversity, have been stripped away and the rivers poisoned. To mine gold, you have to dig. But to extract it, you need chemicals. And those chemicals, like mercury, don't just vanish. Last year, Ghanaian artist Israel Derek Apidi, better known as Anil Art, took a trip to the Pra River, 125 mir west of Accra. He was joined by his friend Jay Sterling. What they saw was horrifying. The river wasn't clear. It wasn't even murky. It was thick, so discolored with gold sediment and chemicals that Israel said he could literally paint with it. Locals living along the river remember a different time. They say the water used to be crystal clear, so clean you could spot fish and even crocodiles gliding beneath the surface. Today, it's a yellowish-brown stream of toxicity. Dr. George Manful, a former senior official at Ghana's Environmental Protection Agency, put it plainly. Mercury from illegal mining can linger in the water for up to 1,000 years. The rivers are no longer safe. The water isn't just undrinkable, it's dangerous. Outraged, citizens across Ghana took to the streets. They marched, they chanted, they demanded an end to Galamsey and real protection for their land. But instead of action, they were met with arrests. Under President Akufo-Addo's leadership, dozens of protesters were detained, accused of illegal gatherings. The government later claimed it was cracking down. In September 2024, it announced that 76 people had been convicted for illegal mining, 18 of them foreign nationals. Over 850 more are still facing prosecution. But many Ghanaians are left asking, is this justice or just damage control? But for many on the ground, the arrests mean nothing. The illegal mining continues. The rivers keep dying. The land stays poisoned. One farmer, her voice heavy with frustration, chose to remain anonymous. She's scared not of the miners, but of the power behind them. When I see the military arresting poor villagers, she said it feels like a show. The real players, they're not digging with shovels. They're sitting in air-conditioned offices making millions. And she may be right, because this crisis isn't just about desperate youth with gold fever. It's about a system, one fed by global gold prices that keeps soaring higher. That hunger for gold has turned Ghana into a hotspot for an underground empire. Once mined, the gold disappears, smuggled out quietly and efficiently. Many believe it ends up in places like the United Arab Emirates, China, and India, mixed with legal gold, refined, and sold into global markets without a trace. But it's not just gold prices fueling the boom. Ghana is also grappling with its worst economic crisis in decades. Unemployment is skyrocketing. Prices are climbing. Families are desperate. And so in rural communities, Galamsey isn't just a crime. It's a job, a lifeline. Miners can earn up to $125 a week, more than many official salaries. Syndicates know this. They exploit it. And the illegal industry grows stronger every day. When President Akufo-Addo came into office in 2017, he made bold promises. He acknowledged what everyone already knew, that politicians, businessmen, even members of the security forces were neck-deep in Galamsey. He pledged to stop them, to restore the rivers, to offer real alternatives to the youth. But nothing changed. In fact, it got worse.
Hold on.
Seamos realistas. Only when his presidency was on the line and protests flooded the streets did he finally act. Naval boats were deployed, emergency crackdowns ordered, but many saw it as too little, too late. Even members of his own party weren't expecting real enforcement. Why? Because the truth was uncomfortable. In the mining districts where Gamsey runs deep, the illegal economy had become a political weapon, and with elections approaching, cracking down on Galamsey meant risking votes. So the land kept bleeding, while the silence of power grew louder. But the story didn't end there. In a twist of fate, the ruling party lost the election, and rising from the political ashes came a familiar face, former President John Dramani Mohammed. This time, he returned with a clear message. Illegal mining must end. During his campaign, he promised to take bold, direct action against Gamsey. And now, just months into his new term, he's making good on that promise. The first strike, a ban on unregulated gold trading. Under the new law, all gold transactions must go through a government-controlled board. No license, no sale. It's that simple. For illegal miners, this changes everything. They can dig all they want, but without a license, they can't move their gold. If they try to sell it through official channels, they'll be exposed and prosecuted. If they try to go around the system, they risk being cut off from the market entirely. This move isn't just symbolic, it's strategic. According to mining governance consultant Nana Asante Kroba, the new policy sends a sharp, unmistakable warning, especially to foreign actors, including Chinese syndicates, who have long operated with impunity. If properly enforced, the law could do more than just choke illegal trade. It could restore order, tighten government control, and finally direct some of Ghana's gold wealth back into state coffers. For the first time in years, there's hope that the tide might be turning. But in a country where gold is power, the next moves will determine whether this crackdown is real or just another promise lost in the mines. With this new approach, Ghana is breaking away from the old system where both local and foreign companies with export licenses could freely buy and ship out gold mined by small-scale operators. That era is ending. President Mohammed is steering the country in a bold new direction. And it's clear this isn't politics as usual. This is leadership. Much like Burkina Faso's Ibrahim Traoré, Mohammed is proving himself to be a different kind of African leader. One who listens, one who acts, one who doesn't just campaign with promises, but delivers them. It's no surprise that he and Traoré have found common ground. They share a vision of an Africa united without borders. Imagine it. Instead of selling off Africa's treasures to the West for scraps, African nations could trade among themselves. Gold for oil, cocoa for machinery, jobs created, industries built, futures transformed, stronger economies, stronger currencies, stronger nations. A borderless Africa where people and goods move freely, just like in Europe. A Nigerian entrepreneur could sell in Senegal, Tanzania, or Egypt without barriers. A Kenyan student could attend university in Morocco. A South African family could start a new life in Ethiopia and landlocked nations like Burkina Faso or Mali. They'd gain seamless access to the sea, unlocking trade routes and slashing costs. This is not a dream. It's the vision of a new Africa rising connected and finally in control of its own destiny.
This is the secret of the used car market, but many people still don't know about it.
For years, the car care industry.
This is the vision of Africa that President John Dramani Mohammed is unveiling to the world. A vision where the colonial lines that divided the continent for generations are finally erased. A vision of unity, of strength, of African nations standing not apart, but together. He's made this message clear on global stages like the Africa Prosperity Dialogue and the African Union Summit in Addis Ababa. And his words are unwavering. Africa must stop seeing itself as a patchwork of separate states. It must begin to function as one massive interconnected economy, just like the European Union. And the stakes enormous. If African nations fully embrace a single market under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the continent could unlock an astounding $3.4 trillion in economic potential. That's not just a number. That's enough to ignite Africa's long-awaited industrial revolution, to lift millions out of poverty, to build factories, power plants, railways, and research labs, to finally become a global economic powerhouse, not just a resource pit for foreign powers. But to reach that future, Africa must make a choice. For decades, African nations have opened their arms to Western institutions like the IMF and World Bank, promised prosperity through liberalization, promised progress through foreign investment. But those promises were hollow. Instead of fueling industrial growth and economic independence, these policies left many African countries stuck, dependent, underdeveloped, and at the mercy of foreign corporations and lenders. President Mohammed is calling for a new path, one where Africa invests in itself, trades with itself, believes in itself. Because real power doesn't come from aid, it comes from unity. And for the first time in generations, that unity feels within reach. For far too long, foreign investors have played a dangerous game in Africa. They come with promises of jobs, development, and progress. But what they often leave behind is something else entirely: destruction, dependency, and loss. They've exploited weak institutions, exploited outdated laws, exploited the desperation of nations struggling to find their footing. And nowhere is this clearer than in Ghana. For decades, Ghana's gold industry has been dominated by foreign corporations, many of them shielded by legal loopholes and political connections. They mined billions from the soil, while the government watched its revenue vanish. Worse still, their presence helped fuel the rise of illegal mining. As big corporations took the lion's share, desperate locals were pushed to the margins to dig illegally, dangerously, and chaotically. It's been a slow erosion of control, of sovereignty, of dignity. But now, Ghana is fighting back with the new law. The government is finally taking back control of its gold. It's cutting out the black market, stripping power from foreign syndicates, and most importantly, it's rewriting the rules. And this shift isn't happening in isolation. Across the Sahel, countries like Burkina Faso are doing the same, reclaiming their mines, guarding their borders, protecting their futures. Because for the first time in a long time, African nations are not just asking for change, they're making it. Just like President Mohammed in Ghana, President Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso is taking bold action. He's tightened control over the gold mining industry, ensuring the country, not foreign powers, benefits from its own wealth. For too long, Africa's mineral industries have been dictated by outsiders, and the result, chaos. In Burkina Faso, illegal artisanal mining wasn't just an economic issue, it became a security threat. Jihadist groups took control of unregulated mines, using them to fund violence and instability across the region. But under Traoré's leadership, that tide is turning. His reforms are cutting off the flow of illicit funding. Mines are being reclaimed. Order is being restored. And now, Ghana is doing the same. The new gold law is more than just policy. It's a power shift. It strips control from Western corporations and puts it back in the hands of the Ghanaian people. And the impact is already showing. In just a few months, Ghana announced over $3 billion in gold export revenue. That's more than the country made in the same periods of 2023 and 2024 combined. This is what happens when a country takes charge of its own destiny. While some African nations still view new mineral discoveries with fear, worried about corruption, conflict, and exploitation, Ghana is showing that it doesn't have to be that way. With leadership, with vision, with the right laws, and the courage to enforce them, a nation can rise. So, what do you think? Are we finally witnessing the beginning of Africa's gold revolution? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more in-depth stories from across the continent.
What's the difference?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are here, I really appreciate you. So what is going on? This is a dynamic political, economic, spiritual, and physical tectonic devastating move on the part of Mother Africa. It's over for the white boy, the white girl. They don't know what they're doing. And if they did, France, for one, would be more, would be more amenable. Because they know goddamn well that they need Africa. And, like my brother Amazing Lucas said in the first video, that white folks just dumb, mediocre at best. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They really don't. And so they hope to do what? Play the game of the Wizard of Oz, blowing smoke up our asses, making themselves out to be bigger than what they are, and they're a bunch of bitches. I have no feelings about these motherfuckers because I know them. And you know them. We can't trust these motherfuckers to do a goddamn thing correct. Fuck all white folks. That's that simple. And what you are witnessing from this day forward into the future, 50, 100, 500 years from now, our people's hands around the neck of these demons, the lineage of evil people who only do four things, brought four things to the table: death, destruction, disease, and despair. And depravity, if I want to add that one. And they don't know who they are because they've been lied to. They're not white, they're not European, they're not Anglo-Saxon, they're not Saxon, they're not any of those things. All of those things apply to black folk. Now you can check out my book called The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit. As a matter of fact, let me bring that up. Here is, let me see. Here is book one. Oh, here we go. Here's book one that deals with why white people hate black people so much. It's about 1,000 pages. And then the other one, book two, Understanding White Supremacy. What that is, it's an overreaction to black oppression, black supremacy, black superiority. They can't stop it, you guys. They just can't. And that's where we are. Believe it or not, know it or not, accept it or not, it is what it is. And you heard that on our brother's show, Amazing Lucas, where you're talking about white folks. And they are degenerates. These fake ass Jews in Israel, they are welfare recipients. 3 billion here, 4 billion there, divided by I don't know how many. They're getting over like a fat rat in a cheese house, pretending to be us. They stole our name, they stole our language, they stole our customs, they stole our culture. That's the Jewish culture. There ain't no goddamn white boy gonna be a Jew. They stole it and made billions. All right, so that's it. So let's go on. If you have any questions, please let me know and write it in the comment. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So write it in the comments, please. And let's get at it. Leaked footage showed African presidents taking oath to the new flag. The United States of Africa flag.
Shock. Leaked footage shows African presidents taking oath to new flag. By Takunda Mabika, Supreme Africa Breaking News. Tisu Van Ubacho. We're the reason CNN can't sleep at night. Part 1. The footage they didn't want you to see. It starts with a shaky camera, a velvet room, gold curtains, a microphone that's way too fancy to be normal government equipment. Then, one by one, the most powerful men and women on the continent walk in, not wearing their usual presidential suits. No, this time, they're all wearing matching black robes with the One Africa emblem on the shoulder. No ties, no flags behind them. Just one new flag in front of them, a jet black cloth with a golden map of Africa at the center.
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit.
A dove flying upward.
I
Below,
went somewhere right
3
quick. Hold on.
words, footage they didn't want you to see. It starts with a shaky camera, a velvet room, gold curtains, a microphone that's way too fancy to be normal government equipment. Then, one by one, the most powerful men and women on the continent walk in, not wearing their usual presidential suits. No. This time, they're all wearing matching black robes with the One Africa emblem on the shoulder. No ties, no flags behind them. Just one new flag in front of them, a jet black cloth with a golden map of Africa at the center. Above it, a dove flying upward. Below, 3 words, unity, justice, destiny. Welcome to the most shocking leak of the year. Africa's presidents taking a secret oath to the One Africa flag. Who filmed it? Who leaked it? Insiders say this was not supposed to see the light of day. The footage was reportedly captured during a classified AU unity ritual in Addis Ababa, part of a private session held days before the One Africa Parliament soft opening. No journalists, no live stream. Only security-cleared heads of state, advisors, and what our source, Protocol Black, calls spiritual consultants. According to Protocol Black, open quote, they took off their national coats of arms. Each one walked up barefoot, placed their hand on a golden constitution book, and repeated the unity oath. Close quote, but who leaked it? We have a name, a mysterious figure known only as Camera 7, apparently a junior AV tech at the AUHQ who was accidentally left in the sound booth. The man quietly recorded everything and exported the video to an encrypted drive before disappearing. Camera 7, wherever you are, Africa owes you a beer. Part 3, the oath itself, word for word. And yes, we got the full oath. Here's what the leaders reportedly said in unison. Open quote, I pledge allegiance to the One Africa flag, to its people united in peace, to its justice rising above old borders, and to its destiny as one land, one voice, one dream. Close quote. They then raised their right hands toward the black and gold flag, placed the left over their hearts, and repeated, open quote, Africa is not 55, Africa is 1. Close quote. No cap. That's the new realist bar on the continent. Part 4. Who was there? Who didn't show up? Here's who was present in the leaked video. João Lourenço, AU chairperson, calm but deadly serious. Emerson Mnangagwa, yes, he looked slightly confused but followed along. Cyril Ramaphosa nodded slowly after each line like he was in church. William Ruto, standing straight, eyes locked on the flag. Ibrahim Traore, the youngest there, fist raised when he said, one voice. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi didn't blink once. Man was on military mode. Bola Tinubu whispered his lines but clapped the loudest. Missing? Paul Kagame reportedly sent a symbolic shield instead of attending. Mohamed Bazoum, still under house arrest. South Sudan's Salva Kiir claimed his hat was too symbolic to remove. France tried to attend but got blocked at the gate. Part 5. Why a new flag? What happens to the old ones? Now this is where it gets interesting. This flag is not replacing national flags. It's joining them. Every country will now fly 2 flags at official buildings. 1, their own national flag. 2, the One Africa flag. Above it, not beside it. Why above? Because this is now the supreme flag representing continental law, army, currency, and governance. It's like the United States flying both state and federal flags, except this time it's for 1.5 billion people with rhythm. And bro, this flag is gorgeous. Designed by a 14-year-old from Ghana in a secret AU competition. The gold Africa is embossed. The dove represents peace. The black fabric? Unity through struggle. Part 6. The symbolism. Why it's so powerful. Here's what Protocol Black told us. Open quote. They chose black and gold to send a message. Black for the people. Gold for our value. The dove for peace. The map for unity. The missing borders? That's the future. Close quote. You see, the map has no lines. No Kenya, no Zambia, no Algeria, no Zimbabwe. Just Africa. One body. One mission. It's powerful stuff. People cried, some laughed, and others, well, they tweeted. Part 7, reactions. You already know. Open quote. If the dove on the flag is real, I hope it knows how to dodge sanctions.
Did you know you can decalcify your pineal gland using only your left hand? Scientists at Stanford research it.
Close quote. Opena open quote. That oath gave me goosebumps. Or maybe it's just ESCOM again. Open quote. The old flags were stitched by colonizers. This one, designed by our children. Close quote.
Open quote. So Mnangagwa's new boss is João now? I've been praying for this moment. Close quote. Elon blocked me. Open quote. Where do I buy the One Africa hoodie? Asking for 1.5 billion friends. Close quote. Part 8. Religious cultural reactions. Believe it or not, even African spiritual leaders and pastors are reacting. Pastor Mabali from Johannesburg, open quote. If they're swearing an oath, may it be not just to a flag, but to righteousness. Africa needs more than uniforms. We need truth, close quote. Chief Rukadzi from Zimbabwe, open quote. That golden book must carry the ancestral blessing. If not, it's just ceremony, close quote. Imam Bashir from Lagos, open quote. A unified Africa must include God, not just gold and governance, close quote. In short, respect the flag, but remember the soul of the people must also be protected. Hash Part 9, Behind the Scenes Drama. What they didn't say. According to insiders, some leaders were not happy behind closed doors. A few presidents reportedly resisted the idea of kneeling to a new order. One source said, open quote, there was shouting. Some said this looked like a ritual. Others feared losing sovereignty. But in the end, peer pressure won. Nobody wanted to look like the odd man out. Close quote. Apparently, João Lourenço calmed everyone with one quote. Open quote. No one is losing power. We are redirecting it upward for the sake of our people. Close quote. Bars. He needs an album. Part 10. Did the West know this was happening? Oh yes, the West is watching and panicking. Sources say multiple embassies requested recordings of the meeting. Some European diplomats tried to block the new flag's legal recognition through AU technical objections. But it's too late. The oath was taken. The footage leaked. The flag is rising. And no amount of lobbying in Brussels will stop it now. One African official even joked, open quote, they gave us colored flags during colonization. Now we give ourselves meaning. Close quote. Hash. Part 11. The impact on ordinary Africans. Here's how this affects you. You'll start seeing the One Africa flag on money, ID cards, and official government buildings. Schools will begin teaching One Africa history as part of the core curriculum. You may be asked to pledge the Unity Oath during festivals or national celebrations. And Afro Gold ATMs? They'll soon carry the black and gold flag at the top corner. It's a new identity, a new way of thinking. You are not just Zimbabwean, or Ethiopian, or Congolese. You are African, and now there's a flag for that. Part 12, Comedy from the Streets. As always, Uncle Blessing from Harare. Open quote. They said unity, but my groceries still cost $200. Close quote. Auntie Khadija in Nairobi. Open quote. If my president took the oath, does that mean he can finally fix the roads? Close quote. Guy from Lagos on X. Open quote. That black flag too fine. If I put it on my car, the girls will chase me. Close quote. Teen from Dakar. Open quote. Can we make it a fashion brand? Like One Africa drip? I'm in. Close quote. What's next? Will this become law? Yes, the oath was symbolic, but now the One Africa Parliament is reportedly working on legalizing it into the Continental Constitution. Every elected president moving forward will be expected to swear allegiance to the national flag and the continental flag, obey AU directives on military, trade, Afro-Gold, and governance, acknowledge the One Africa president as head of federal unity era. In other words, this is not a trend. It's a full-blown system shift. Part 14, Takunda's final word, the flag of our future. Let's end with this. This isn't about a piece of cloth. It's about meaning. It's about identity. For too long, African countries were branded by borders we didn't draw, flags we didn't design, and governments we didn't trust. But now, a new flag rises. A new oath is spoken. A new dream begins. It's not perfect. It's not finished. But it's ours. Whether you're in a mansion in Kigali or a kiosk in Kinshasa, this flag is a signal. You are part of something bigger now. Let's carry it. Let's protect it. Let's live up to it. Tisu Banhu Bacho. We see you. Call to action. Sabian style. Like this video if you believe in the power of unity. Comment. Should your president have taken the oath? Share this with every African you know. It's their future too. Subscribe to Satin, where truth meets vibes and vibes meet victory. This is your brother, Takunda Mabika, reporting from a continent that's finally finding itself. Flag up, oath in, future loading.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move it on. And then this sister is really telling what goes on with the UN, USAID. Did you know that Africa fed, financed Europe after World War II to get back on its feet? Here you go.
And not just USAID, but other NGOs. You look at DFID, which is the British equivalent, and many other smaller ones. Their sole purpose was to act as if they're coming to rescue Africa. They're coming to fill in the gaps in government services, gaps in education, gaps in healthcare, gaps in humanitarian services. They're coming in the guise of addressing issues to do with human rights, issues to do with environmental protection and social justice. They are coming in claiming that they are introducing grassroots initiatives that are going to help the people. And so they use that as a way to go into remote parts of Africa. They're talking about government advocacy. When you look at it on paper, it all looks really good. But they're actually wolf in sheep's clothing. They are using that open access sounding humanitarian to constantly destabilize governments. I can tell you right now, the majority of African leaders, and not just African leaders, but leaders in the developing world, are celebrating the exit of USAID. I was listening to a program, I believe it was CNN, and I was jumping up and down. It was a government official from Hungary. He was echoing the same sentiment. He said they are happy USAID is leaving Hungary because they are always supporting opposition. Their form of government advocacy is supporting whoever can keep the government in a turmoil. The majority of some of the workers, now the average USAID worker may not realize it, but quite a few of them are also operatives who are underground, and their major agenda is to destabilize governments, destabilize countries. If you think about it, their sole purpose, for example, filling in the gaps in healthcare and education. Where is the change? Show me one country that USAID was in and education improved. Show me what country where USAID was in and healthcare improved. The social services they are bringing, it's peanuts. The American taxpayer needs to know the billions of dollars that are being given to USAID, a fraction is making it to the people. Let's look at what HIV/AIDS was used to do. We know of a program that was run out of South Africa where they actually were injecting people with the virus. The reason some of the AIDS virus spread as rapidly as it did in Southern Africa, there were some very dirty games being played on African people. They were using Africans as guinea pigs for experimental activities. Even when you look at every aspect, they're using us as guinea pigs. Yes, there is some good, a percentage of some good, but not all of it is done with good intentions. You look at agriculture, they're destroying African agriculture by introducing those GMOs. You plant your seed in one season, your soil is finished. We used to have seeds that we can use from one season to the other. The introduction of GMOs through these agencies, USAID is one of them. We're destroying Africa in a massive way. A little good is coming out, but by and large, the end result, they mean no good. They can turn around and give us an inventory and say, as long as you have been in Africa, and also other parts of the world, show us your success rate. You claim you are helping governments with education and healthcare. Show us your success rate. But I also turn around and say, African government, why do you need this little aid to assist you in providing proper healthcare, proper education? The average African government can afford to provide those services for their people. Africa has been the provider. If you look at Europe, Europe cannot survive without Africa. One situation that people don't realize, post-World War, when the US came up with the Marshall Plan, what they don't tell you is that the contribution through exploitation of African minerals was actually the biggest funder of the European Recovery Plan, ERP, aka the Marshall Plan. US contributed $13 billion, which is now present day $175 billion. By the way, the American taxpayer must be paid back. Nobody's asking for that money back. But what they don't tell you is that Africa, through exploitation of its resources by the Europeans, was actually a much, much bigger contribution to the European recovery post-World War II. Nobody talks about that. Why does such a continent that did so much to help Europe recover continue to be so poor? Let's be realistic here. Let's not talk about peanuts. Africa does not need the aid. What we need is for those who are exploiting Africa to stop. Africa has everything it needs. If Africa could have contributed as much as it did to the recovery of Europe post-World War II, why wasn't Africa equally developed? I think this is a wake-up call for the African leaders. To the same extent that President Trump is saying USA first, African leaders must also say Africa first. This is a wake-up call to the African leaders to take inventory of what is really happening in their countries. Do they really need the peanuts that are coming in as aid? What is really going out? If I may use the example of what happened in Niger when the government decided they were going to take over the mining of their uranium. The French companies that were mining the uranium were paying the government 80 cents a kilo for the uranium, and then turning around and selling the uranium to the rest of the world at 200 euros a kilo. So that one move from the Nigerian government to say we are now going to take ownership of our own uranium, they went from realizing about $1 billion in uranium resources to over 300 billion a year. Do you realize what I'm talking about? No amount of NGO could bring that kind of money. And this is only 1 year. Now imagine the country taking inventory of all their minerals and benefiting from their natural resources like the rest of the countries in the Western world. That is what African leaders need to look at. Let me tell you, we need to look at what's happening in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. President Traore is standing up. He is saying the natural resources in Burkina Faso.
Welcome to African Spotlight 24, your premier source for news, current affairs from across the continent. We're glad you're here. If you're new to our channel, subscribe, like, and turn on notifications to stay up to date. Your support helps us reach more people. Disclaimer, the content of this video is based on credible, publicly available information and is intended for educational, analytical, and informational purposes. African Spotlight 24 does not promote hate, violence, misinformation, or political unrest. Our goal is to deliver thoughtful insights, highlight local voices, and encourage informed conversations throughout Africa.
They belong to the people of Burkina Faso. Niger is doing the same thing. Mali is doing the same thing. Every leader must look at what's happening in the Sahel nations to say, like anybody else, you must take care of your people. You have your natural resources. You have everything you need to take care of your people. Why do you continue to be beggars? Look at what is being brought in by not only USAID, but all the NGOs in your country. It's peanuts. It's a joke that the African leaders should continue to be beggars of peanuts when you are looking and allowing billions to get out of your country year in and year out, if not trillions, in natural resources that your people should be benefiting from. It is a wake-up call for African leaders to wake up and say, President Trump is saying, US first, America first. You too must say, your country first, because you have everything it takes. It is a joke. It is embarrassing to see I'm not saying any African leader cry over USAID limit. I can tell you for a fact, the average African leader privately is celebrating the exit of USAID because they know what is really going on. To be honest with you, why should African leaders care? Why should Trump care about Africa? We shouldn't care about Africa to the same extent that the African leaders really shouldn't care about a relationship either. If the relationship can be worked out, that's wonderful. But if President Trump is saying, I have a mandate from my own people to take care of my people, and I'm doing what I need to do to take care of my people, African leaders need to take that same position. You see, it takes two to tango. If President Trump does not want a relationship with Africa, Africans shouldn't be begging for it. I'm hoping that this will translate into African leaders looking from within, because they don't really need to keep looking outside. They have what it takes. It's a wake-up call, just like what happened during COVID. It was a wake-up call for African leaders to realize that you must begin to look within Africa to take care of yourself. When the chips were down, the world walked away from Africa during COVID. So that's a reality. No supplies were coming to Africa. Africans were not manufacturing anything, and African leaders were forced to look from within. This, I'm hoping, is another wake-up call where African leaders also begin to realize we must look from within. But let me underscore this. The average African leader and leaders of the majority of leaders of developing world, I can tell you, they are celebrating the exit of USAID, and we hope that there will be exits of many other NGOs that are carrying out nefarious activities in Africa and anywhere else in the developing world in order to further the agendas of their governments, which is to continuously destabilize, divide, and conquer. Africans must take a position and protect their turn. China wants to come and exploit Africa, they'll get away with it to the extent that Africans allow them. The United States wants to come and exploit Africa, they'll get away with it to the extent that the Africans will allow them. The question is, does Africa have an African position when they come to the negotiating table with the world? The answer right now is no. Africa must unite. Africa must speak with one voice, and Africa must go to the world stage with one voice, one agenda, one plan that the world will have to respond. But as long as Africa is going to the world as little bitty little countries, as Togo, as Eswatini, as Guinea-Bissau, Africa is fighting a losing game. Africa must unite, and Africa must speak with one voice. That is the only way a strong, united Africa can take a rightful place on the world stage and be respected and stop the exploitation. If you go back to colonization, if you go back to the Christianity and how it was introduced, how we were trained to be subservient, in Africa, the rules of the game were the same. I think that what was done to brainwash black people around the world, long before they even left Africa, we are still suffering from that legacy of colonization, the legacy of slavery, where the people in power, they themselves don't believe they can do it. We still have leaders who believe you can't make it unless you're working with white people. We have individuals who think only something brought in by white people is what's likely to succeed. With that kind of mentality, it is a very difficult battle. Our battle to succeed, to unite as the African continent, it is a battle of the mind. And each and every African must realize that we are defeated where it matters the most, which is the mind. Brainwashed to the core. Brainwashed to not to believe in ourselves and what we can do as individuals. Wherein lies the problem. I think what's happening in the United States through President Trump is going to make them realize that this is what you need to do. You're going to have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. President Trump is saying, I have a mandate, America first. So you Africans, are you going to sit back and just wait and see the next move that President Trump is going to make? Or you're going to also say, I have a mandate from my people, and I'm going to do what I need to do. Take inventory of what you have in your country. Use it and use it wisely. No more begging. You don't need to have anybody filling the gaps in your educational system. You don't need anybody filling the gaps in your healthcare system. You don't need anybody creating initiatives in the most remote parts of your country because they claim that you, the government, cannot have access to that. How can somebody come from all the way from the United States, all the way from Britain, and access the most remote part of your country that you in your country cannot access? It is the most stupid thing. When you listen to the justifications and explanations as to why they are there, it's a joke, and this needs to stop.
Just finally, Ambassador, when you look at U.S. behavior retracting We've just got a minute left, but I would love to know from you, what do you think about the UN? What do you think about the International Court of Justice? Because probably the contraction that we're talking about is going to happen in a lot of institutions. Do you worry that Africa will be worse off without those institutions?
No, those institutions were created after the Second World War. United Nations, it took 4 weeks to create the United Nations. Why? In order to help the recovery of Europe. The World Bank, the IMF, it took 3 weeks to create them after the Second World War in order to aid in the recovery of Europe from its own self-implosion and destruction. So no. These institutions were not created to benefit the developing world. To the contrary, they were built to steal from the developing world. Their success is based on the failures of the developing nations where they have been stealing from. So no. We must celebrate what President Trump is doing by exiting the United Nations, by exiting the World Health Organization. We need the US to exit the World Trade Organization because they're doing nothing on the African end. They're giving a blind eye to blatant exploitations, unequal, uneven trade policies that are hurting Africa.
All right, so you heard it. Hold on, let me get back here because I was nodding off because I'm getting sleepy. But you heard it, and that's it. The United States of Africa is the new UN, the new IMF, and the new World Bank. We're going to be lending out money just like, who was that? With Portugal. I can't remember the name of the African country, but it used to be a colony of Portugal. Now, that country, I can't think of the name of it, it now is the colonizing force economically and politically of Portugal. You got that point? So it's all about money. It ain't a damn thing funny. And we're on a come up, not only in Africa, but around the world. And white folk can kiss our motherfucking ass. We don't give a fuck about what you do, how you do it, what you do, who you talk to. Fuck you. We run this shit. When the black man speak from this day forward, the white boy gonna shut the fuck up, sit down, and do what the fuck we tell him. Because he don't know what they're doing. They done fucked up this whole world. Alright? So let's see where we at. Let's get on out of here and keep it on moving. I'll be right back. Real meaning behind AU changing presidents to governors.
Africa United. Real meaning behind AU changing presidents to governors.
Well, let me get off here the video. I might doze off. I'm sorry.
By Takunda
But I'm listening.
Supreme Africa breaking news. Tisu Banhu Vacho. The comedy is hot. The intel is hotter. Part 1. Introducing the political upgrade. Africa 3.0. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Wakanda, Mutapa, Timbuktu, and Soweto. Welcome to another wild update on Africa's real-life Avengers, the One Africa government. Now, if you've been wondering, why is my president now being called a governor? Don't panic. No coup happened. No aliens landed. This isn't Black Mirror Africa edition. This is strategic. This is power. This is the African Union doing the ultimate Uno reverse on the world. Because as of now, every African president has been upgraded or downgraded to governor status under the new continental system. A move that sounds simple, until you realize it's the beginning of a whole new Africa. And no, you didn't hear it on CNN. You heard it here, from your uncle in the political trenches, your secret cousin in the dome, Seben. Part 2, what's really happening? The truth behind the title change. So let's unpack this, comedy style. Under the One Africa government framework quietly activated earlier this year, thanks to a leaked AU strategic rollout plan, codenamed Project Unity, the old setup of 55 independent countries yelling at each other across borders is being replaced by a federal system. Each president now becomes a regional governor. Yes, still with power, but under a single One Africa government president, currently João Lourenço of Angola, who's now basically Africa's Biden without the mumbling. Now, hope.
Now that's what it was. Angola used to be the colony of Portugal. Now Angola is colonizing Portugal. It's like um, it's like the I'm sorry about the noise, but it's like the reverse of that shit. Money speaks loudly. Money talks, bullshit walks.
Hold on. You're thinking, so Mnangagwa is no longer Zimbabwe's president?
So, in 2023,
Scraggly
we launched
motherfucker.
OpenElms AI.
Can't stand these bitches.
Astonishingly, the system generates high.
Relax, comrade. He's still in charge, just reporting upwards now. In fact, President Emerson Mnangagwa is now chief governor of the SADC region because Zimbabwe currently chairs the SADC bloc. That means all SADC presidents report to him, and he reports to the One Africa government president. So, if this were a company, João Lourenço, CEO of Africa Inc., Mnangagwa, SADC regional manager, Ramaphosa, branch manager, Gauteng office, and the rest, department heads in various offices. Yes, welcome to African Politics, Corporate Edition. Part 3, Who's in which region? Let's break down the new African regions and who's leading what. SADC region, Chief Governor Emerson Mnangagwa, includes South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, etc. AES of Sahel states, Chief Governor Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, includes Burkina Faso, Mali here. Yes, they left ECOWAS. They're now their own revolutionary WhatsApp group. Chief Governor Bola Tinubu,
And AFRINET, which is their own outside of Google, outside of whatever the case, belong to Africa. They have their own internet now called AfriNet.
includes Ghana, Liberia, Senegal, etc. ECOWAS still exists, but insiders say it might get merged back with AES under the One Africa blueprint, to stop the sibling rivalry. EAC, East African William Ruto, Kenya, includes Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Tanzania. Yes, crossover. North Africa bloc. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, includes Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Libya. Yes, still chaotic, and Sudan. So now we've gone from 55 cats fighting to 6 lions walking in formation. Part 4. Why did they do this? Here's the real deal. Open quote. Unity is power. And Africa finally said enough of playing small. Close quote. Presidents becoming governors isn't humiliation. It's standardizing power. The new titles allow the African Union to pass laws that apply to everyone, manage AfriGold with one banking system, deploy the One Africa Army without begging 55 times, monitor trade, tech, internet, and climate policy as one force. It's not about losing independence. It's about upgrading continental coordination.
And above all of that is the supreme law. Just like we have the Constitution in America, the supreme law rules one Africa.
Even Protocol Black, our leak-loving AU technician, whispered, open quote, the titles changed to break the psychological walls. We still have countries, but the command is one. Close quote. Bars. Part 5, the public reaction.
Look at that,
Confusion
AfriGold.
and comedy. You already know, Twitter X exploded. Open quote. My president went from your excellency to your governorship. Please tell me if I can still bribe him or not. Close quote. Open quote. If we now have one president, does that mean I only need to vote once for the rest of my life? Close quote. Open quote. Governors or not, if they don't fix potholes, we riot. Close quote. Meanwhile, a Congolese uncle at the bus stop was overheard saying, open quote, so who do I blame now when my electricity goes? The governor or João what's his name? Close quote. African politics just got a new layer of confusion, but also efficiency. Part 6, the secret plan to merge blocks. Shh. Leaked intel from Chairman Shadow confirms, open quote, the AU is actively working to recombine ECOWAS and AES into a single West African bloc, close quote. Why? Because divided, they're weak. Together, they're the real deal. Open quote. ECOWAS stability. AES equals revolutionary fire. Close quote. Combine the two, and you've got a spicy stew of discipline and danger, perfect for negotiating with the IMF and scaring France. Part 7, the governor's secret WhatsApp group. Yes, there's an actual WhatsApp group where the new governors exchange fire emojis, complaints, and memes. Some leaked convos. Mnangagwa, open quote, who still has signal? My internet is acting up. Close quote. Open quote. Try AfriNet, my brother. Elon and the USA blocked. Close quote. Tinubu, open quote, this app crashing like our currency, close quote. Ruto, open quote, let's meet in Nairobi next week. I'm cooking you gali. Close quote. Even João Lorenzo sometimes drops motivational voice notes. Open quote. Brothers and sisters, let us govern as one or be colonized as 55 again. Close quote. Hatch Part 8, the real power now. One president to rule them all. João Lorenzo, as AU chairperson, has more power than ever before. He signs continental bills, oversees the One Africa Parliament, our Comedy House of Commons, supervises AfroGold and AfriNet deployment, commands the One Africa Army with the Continental Council. He's not a dictator. He's a rotating CEO, with new elections set for Feb 2026. And guess whose name is being whispered for next AU president? Ibrahim Traoré, the military captain turned revolutionary. Yes, Africa's Zuko from Avatar. Part 9. What this means for you. Yes, you. If you're still reading this, wondering, what does this mean for me as a Zimbabwean, Nigerian, Ethiopian, or Malawian? Here's what's coming your way. AfroGold. Your bank will offer it soon. Ask your uncle if he has a gold wallet yet. AfriNet. Your Facebook will start running faster, but also watching you better. Military. Your cousin in the army may get deployed to another country wearing the One Africa flag. Law. New continental laws may override national loopholes. Passports. Soon you'll need just one. And yes, South Africans are already crying. Part 10, comedy break. Things we heard on the street. A Zambian uncle in Lusaka. Open quote. If the president is now a governor, does that mean my rent must go down? Close quote. A Nigerian barbershop owner. Open quote. I no trust this AfroGold. If it no fit buy jollof rice, wet and be the point? Close quote. A Kenyan student. Open quote. If I become a minister, does that make me a mini governor? Close quote. A Zimbabwean auntie. Open quote. I need to report Mnangagwa to his new boss. Where's João's number? Close quote. Part 11. Future moves. The domino effect. Here's what insiders say is coming next. One Africa tax code. Uniform corporate tax rate across Africa? France is crying. One Supreme Court. No more begging the Hague. Africans judging Africans. Cultural identity registry. African names, customs, and art to be digitally preserved continent-wide. One Africa Festival 2026. All regions send delegates. Think, Eurovision meets African Union vibes. If your governor doesn't dance, he's out. Part 12. Takunda's final word. The governors of destiny. So here we are. Africa, once chopped into colonial pieces, is now weaving herself back together. And in the boldest move yet, we didn't fire presidents. We gave them new suits, new names, new bosses. We didn't remove power. We redirected it. Now, instead of 55 individual chessboards, we've got one continental board. And every move is strategic. To those who say this won't work, remember, they said the same about independence. To those who fear centralization, remember, we centralized colonization before we centralized freedom. To the youth, this is your time. To the elders, this is your legacy. To João, Mnangagwa, Traoré, Ruto, and all you governors now, we see you. No more blaming sanctions or borders. You're on the same team now. Africa is not perfect, but Africa is plotting power in the group chat. Call to action. See BN Style, like this video if you're ready for governors who deliver. Comment, who do you think should be Africa's next OneGov president in 2026? Share this with everyone who still thinks Africa is asleep. Subscribe to Saben, where we laugh through leaks and report through jokes. Tisu Banu Vacho, we're not done till Africa wins. This is your boy, Takunda Mabika, signing out from the Chief Governor of Common Sense's office. Boom.
All right, here we go. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Black power, black supremacy, black superiority is on the rise, and it's not going to stop until we beat that motherfucking wannabe white boy ass. I'm here to tell you. Let's get at it.
Breaking. One Africa Parliament officially opens. What they're planning next. Supreme Africa breaking news. By Takunda Mabika, Tisu Banhu Bacho. Parliament is already in session, quietly but powerfully. Part 1. Shh. The parliament is already open, but it's a secret. Don't bother searching for this on Google. You won't find it. Why? Because the One Africa Parliament didn't open with balloons and Facebook Live. It opened with coded handshakes, encrypted passes, silent fireworks, and soldiers posing as janitors. This was not for cameras. It was for Africa's future. Our insider, Protocol Black, tells SABN that on July 24th at 4 a.m., a covert convoy rolled into a restricted zone in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. It wasn't a hotel. It wasn't a conference room. It was a high-tech underground dome codenamed Makumbusho, Swahili for museum. But trust me, nothing about this is old school. Inside, a full Pan-African legislative chamber. Welcome to the One Africa Parliament, where real decisions are being made while the rest of the world argues on Twitter. Part 2. What is this parliament really? Let me break it down like your favorite uncle at a braai. This is not your local parliament where MPs sleep through budget presentations. This is the brains of the One Africa government, the place where continental laws are drafted, debated, and locked in like 808 drum beats. Structure? Top tier. 2 chambers, the People's Assembly and the African Senate. 670 seats, divided among elected national reps, appointed AU leaders, and youth councils, 35% under age 40. Languages, AI-powered real-time translation in Swahili, Arabic, French, Amharic, English, Yoruba, Zulu, and baby mama drama. Just kidding. Maybe. Location, deep inside an underground secure facility beneath the African Union complex, camouflaged with garden hedges and bird songs. They meet in rotating time blocks so no spy satellites can track consistent patterns. These guys are playing chess, and the West is still playing Uno. Part 3. Who's running the show? Insiders say the parliament speaker is Dr. Thandiwe Makwetu, the South African legal genius who once wrote a thesis titled Decolonize This, A Black Girl's Guide to African Law. Yup, that's the vibe. Her nickname in the chamber? Open quote, the law lioness, close quote. First words when she took the gavel, open quote, this parliament is not here to please France. It's here to protect Africa, close quote. Mic dropped. Even the AU janitor saluted.
One sweet soft
Hold
candy
on.
better than the strongest toothpaste. If you have bleeding gums, tooth decay, or
Part 4. The 5 bombshell bills. What they're planning next. Leaked documents obtained by Protocol Black reveal the first 5 emergency bills already in draft. 1. Afro-Gold Banking Enforcement Act. Every African country's central bank must now offer Afro-Gold accounts. If you don't, AU penalties incoming. Open quote. This means Afro-Gold just became not optional. Close quote. 2. Military Unity Standardization Bill. This is like putting 55 different armies in one WhatsApp group, with one admin only. Training, uniform codes, emergency alerts, all streamlined under One Africa Army protocols. No more my general, my rules. Now it's our Africa, our firepower. 3. Afrinet Sovereignty Act. You think Elon is going to control Africa's digital spine? Think again. This bill bans any foreign company from controlling Africa's internet cables, satellites, or data hubs. Afrinet is being walled off from the matrix. 4. Mineral Protection Law. All foreign mining companies must give 70% of their earnings to the AU Development Fund or get the boot. Even Chinese engineers at the Beidou launch reportedly whispered, Africa is serious now, huh? 5. Youth Leadership Activation Law. Starting 2026, 35% of all AU posts must go to citizens under 40. Old presidents started sweating. Young Africans started flossing. Part 5. The room where it happened. Who was there? We got audio from inside the chamber. Don't ask how. Here are some quotes. General in quotes. Open quote. If you want to extract oil here, you better pay us like Dubai. Close quote. Market Women's Union. Open quote. We're tired of policies that forget our tomatoes while remembering European cement. Close quote. Youth delegate from Malawi. Open quote. If there's no Wi-Fi in this parliament, I'm tweeting my resignation. Close quote. Even the snacks were legendary. Roasted maize, mini samosas, jollof canapes. French fries were banned. Colonial name. They now call them freedom potatoes. Part 6. The West. Shooketh. Bratzer, France, and the USA are not okay. An insider message sent to our guy in Washington reads, open quote, Africa's supreme law was bad, but this parliament means we can't divide them anymore. We're losing leverage. Close quote. Translation, they're panicking. White House staff reportedly asked, open quote, is there a way we can infiltrate their youth delegation? Close quote. France tried calling some presidents to ask for clarity. Most calls went straight to voicemail, or worse, to a hold line with a ringtone that says, "Africa is not your colony" by Burna Boy. Part 7. The Walkout. 9 presidents said nope. Yup, not everyone's on board. 9 sitting African presidents reportedly walked out during a classified session after clause number 5, youth quota, and clause 2, military merger, were finalized. One of them was caught saying, open quote, "We're not ready for this. This is African revolution on steroids," close quote. But the speaker clapped back, according to leaks. Open quote, "You're not ready for unity? Maybe unity is not ready for you," close quote. Back in one of those countries, university students are already marching in protest. One banner read, open quote, "We want Afro gold, not your old gold," close quote. Part 8. African Twitter lost its mind. Bro, here are the top trending hashtags today. One Africa legislates. Youth power now. Buy colonial rules. Wakanda conference. Tweets on fire. At TechSavage 254. Open quote. Can the parliament also make it illegal to sell land to China near our beaches? Asking for a cousin. Close quote. Open quote. I nominate Trevor Noah to be official parliament comedian. Close quote. At Zim Takes No Nonsense. Open quote. If you walked out of the One Africa Parliament, don't walk back in when the Jolliffe is ready. Close quote. Part 9. The Real Plan. What's coming next? According to leaked documents marked a strategic rollout confidential level 7, here's what's already scheduled. October 2025. Full transition of regional blocs, ECOWAS, SADC, EAC, etc., into the One Africa Political Council. February 2026, Pan-African referendum on free movement, digital citizenship, and Afro-gold-only trade laws. April 2026, African Supreme Court headquartered in Kigali. July 2026, One Africa government to begin issuing Pan-African diplomatic passports. And most shockingly, December 2026, launch of the One Africa presidential term system, rotating 4-year executive power across regions. Part 10. Comedy break. Trending parliament jokes. One Africa parliament? Watch your president suddenly pretend to be youth to qualify again. They said no foreign tech in AfriNet. Even my phone charger got nervous. If your country's MP doesn't know the capital of Mali, do not let him vote on continent-wide policies. A U.S. senator asked if Afrogold was a cryptocurrency. Someone give that man a cassava slap. Part 11. The secret operations in place. Security is being handled by the Shadow Unit Zulu. Elite AU soldiers disguised as delivery men, florists, and interns. CCTV footage shows one of them sneaking a full cabinet meeting transcript using a flower bouquet drone. Rumor is the parliament has its own AI surveillance system named MAMA, short for Monitoring African Misbehavior Algorithm. MAMA's job, open quote, detect betrayal before it reaches the microphone. Close quote. Part 12. Takunda's final word. Our laws, our land, our legacy. Africa, let me tell you this. While others were busy mocking us on late-night TV, while investors were plotting new mining scams, while old powers whispered they're too divided, we were building a parliament without colonizers, a parliament without puppets, a parliament for us. This is not about bills and clauses. This is about dignity, about sovereignty, about finally acting like the 1.5 billion person powerhouse that we are. You won't find this on CNN. You won't read it in the Financial Times. But here at SABN, Tisu Vanhu Vacho, we don't just report history, we leak it. Call to action, SABN family, like this video if you believe Africa has the right to write its own laws. Comment below. What law do you think the parliament should pass next? Share with every African who still thinks unity is just a dream. This is happening. Now, subscribe to Supreme Africa Breaking News for uncensored truth they don't want you to know. Takunda Mabika out, but we still legislate.
All right, here we go. So let me get out of here. Well, out of this video, and we'll go to the next one. So it's not going to take long. So Traore shocked the world. 7,000 U.S. doctors and engineers and others just landed in Burkina Faso. So what he did was to recall all of these smart motherfuckers. And what's going to happen is that all of these people who are so into their own nation. They propped up Europe. They propped up America and around the world. Without that brain, they ain't shit. And that's the reason why I say Africa's on the rise and white folks are in the demise. Let's see what happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to History and Legacy Africa. Today, we bring you a story that is shaking the world. A story of love for the motherland. A story of sacrifice, return, and a deep hunger to rebuild what was once broken. Over 7,000 Burkinabe citizens living in Europe, the Americas, and across the world are packing their bags, boarding planes, and heading back home. Back to Burkina Faso. Why? Because one man called them. One man told them, "This is your land, and if we do not build it, no one will."
There it
That
is.
man is President Ibrahim Traore. This is not fiction. This is not drama. This is history in real time. Traore made a passionate speech calling on all Burkinabe citizens abroad to return with their skills, knowledge, and experience to help rebuild the country from the ground up. And to the shock of many, the people responded, not with emails, not with nice words, but with one-way tickets home. Doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, nurses, scientists, data analysts, architects, mechanics, solar energy experts, farmers, information technology professionals, pharmacists, and teachers, thousands of them, leaving the comfort of the West, leaving six-figure jobs, leaving cold cities with tall buildings, all to go home, to rebuild the land of their ancestors. Let that sink in. At a time when many Africans are risking their lives crossing the desert and the sea to go to Europe, these Burkinabe are doing the opposite.
Los adolescentes están creando negocios con IA, mientras que la única IA que tú conoces es ChatGPT. Seamos realistas, la mayoría de las personas mayores de 40,
they are coming home. Because they believe in something bigger than money. They believe in Traore. They believe in Burkina Faso. They believe in Africa. The movement started with a single speech. President Traore stood before the nation and said, "Our land is rich, but our minds must be richer. Those of you abroad, you are our seeds scattered across the world. Now is the season to return. Come. Come back with your hands, your hearts, your skills. We do not need aid. We need you." And that speech hit like lightning. Clips of it went viral across TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, and YouTube. In Paris, Burkinabe communities gathered in cafes and homes, watching it over and over. In Montreal, Canada, diaspora groups started WhatsApp forums with names like Return to Rebuild and Burkina Homefront. In New York, Burkinabe doctors held a Zoom meeting to discuss how they could volunteer their services in Ouagadougou hospitals. In Berlin, engineers formed a coalition to design better solar water systems for rural villages. And before anyone could blink, over 7,000 skilled Burkinabe professionals signed their names to a government-backed return program called Mission Renaissance. Let me repeat that. More than 7,000 highly educated Africans chose to return to a country that is still recovering from years of instability. They chose dust over comfort. They chose home over luxury. They chose legacy over lifestyle. They are not ordinary returnees. They are pillars of global systems who now want to rebuild Africa. Dr. Aminata Zongo, a neurologist who practiced in France for 11 years, is now setting up a brain injury rehabilitation center in Ouagadougou. Ibrahim Kafando, a software engineer who worked with Microsoft in the US, has moved home to build cybersecurity programs for national systems. Salimata Ouedraogo, a fashion entrepreneur based in Italy, is now opening a training institute for young women to learn modern tailoring with traditional Burkinabe design. These are not small moves. These are life-altering, nation-shifting decisions, and the government of Traore is backing them. Land has been made available for returnees. Special reintegration packages have been created. Hospitals are hiring. Tech parks are being designed. farming equipment is being offered to agro specialists who return. One word: belief. For the first time in decades, Burkinabe people in the diaspora feel like they are needed, not just for remittances, not just to come home for funerals or weddings, but to build a nation. Traoré has awakened a new spirit, the belief that Africa does not have to beg, that we can create our own systems, heal our own people, feed our own children, guard our own land, and most importantly, that Africa belongs to Africans. This idea has caught fire. Burkinabe returnees are not just helping their country, they are becoming a symbol for Pan-African return. Already, return interest has spiked from Ghanaian, Malian, and Senegalese diasporas who see what Traoré is doing and are inspired. He is not just calling them, he is creating a home worthy of return. Let me say this clearly. Western nations are not happy. They are watching their trained African minds return home. Doctors who could fill their hospitals, engineers who could keep their companies running, scientists who could build their future tech, now leaving, returning to build Africa, returning to disconnect from foreign aid, returning to make their ancestors proud. And this is a nightmare to those who profit from African dependency. Because when Africans return with skills, the power dynamic shifts. And when the power shifts, freedom is no longer a dream. It becomes a plan. So what will these 7,000 people do? What future are they creating? Imagine this: a national health service powered by doctors and nurses trained in the best hospitals in Europe. Smart farming innovations that increase Burkina Faso's food production by 300%. Clean energy solutions from engineers who worked on green tech in Germany and Sweden. Digital education systems designed by coders from Silicon Valley. Entrepreneur hubs powered by business minds from London and Toronto. This is not fantasy. It is happening, and it is only the beginning. If this story doesn't make you feel something, you are not listening. Because this is not just about Burkina Faso.
Hold on.
This is a message to every African country. If you build a country that respects its people, they will come home. If you stop begging and start planting, they will join you. If you stand for truth and justice, they will defend you. Because no African truly wants to live as a stranger. No African truly wants to be a second-class citizen in cold lands. No African wants to forget their roots. We just need leaders who give us a reason to return. And Traoré is doing exactly that. He is not just building roads. He is building bridges between the continent and the diaspora. He is not just calling us home. He is giving us a home worth coming back to. This is history and legacy Africa. If this story touched your spirit, share it. If you're part of the diaspora and feel the call to return, tell us in the comments. If you believe that Africa is rising, not because of charity, but because of courage, subscribe and stand with us. Until next time, believe in your soil, trust your people, and never kneel.
There it is. God damn, that is. There is no weapon that can be made that will destroy our people. None. We're going to take it all the way to the hoop and break that motherfucker with glass falling everywhere. This is us. White folks, white boys, time is up. Our time is right here, right now, and forever and ever and ever. Just look at Joel 3 and the promise and the blessing. Now, I'm not going to look forward, but just look at Joel 3. It says forever and ever and ever. Amen. Okay, so now let's go on and do this one.
The Sale Nation has officially launched
Zubari
its
is the
own
name of the
sovereign
currency.
the Zubari, ushering in what officials are calling a new era of economic independence, innovation, and identity. The unveiling ceremony, held in Sahel City's Unity Square, was broadcast live to millions across the nation and beyond, with President Amina Daro calling it, or Parvit, a declaration of our readiness to shape our own destiny. The Zubari, backed by a diversified reserve strategy, including rare earth minerals, strategic foreign reserves, and digital assets, is the centerpiece of Sahel's sweeping economic transformation plan. Its launch replaces the decades-old reliance on foreign currencies, such as the dollar and euro, an economic dependency many in Sahel viewed as a lingering vestige of external control. We are not just introducing a new currency, declared Finance Minister Jalil Sano. We are reclaiming our economic soul. The Zubari will exist in both physical and digital forms, with Sahel among the first African nations to deploy a fully blockchain-backed central bank digital currency.
Mujer, si tu hombre te trata como un amigo o un compañero de cuarto es porque no te ve como su mujer. Soy Julián.
CBDC infrastructure. Citizens can begin exchanging old tender for the new currency starting this week, with mobile apps and smart cards integrated to ease the transition, even in rural areas. But the path to this moment wasn't simple. For over 2 years, a secret task force codenamed Project Horizon quietly built the Zubari's architecture. Former bankers, tech innovators, and economists were brought together from across the Sahel diaspora. Their mission: engineer a currency resistant to inflation shocks, externally driven volatility, and illicit manipulation. The rollout hasn't been without skepticism. International markets watched closely, with some warning that the move could isolate Sahel financially. Yet others praised the innovation and courage it took to forge a national economic identity in the age of global dependency. We've studied the mistakes of others and learned from them, said Central Bank Governor Mala Idris. This isn't an act of defiance, it's an act of design. Ordinary citizens greeted the news with a mix of pride and pragmatism. In the bustling markets of Bahari and the cafes of Halim Heights, conversations buzzed with curiosity, speculation, and cautious optimism. If this helps control prices and builds trust in our own economy, then I'm all in, said shopkeeper Mariam Tisfai, holding one of the first printed Zubari notes. Welcome to Hope African, Kate. If you love hearing news across African, please subscribe, like, comment, and share. The new banknotes themselves are rich in symbolism. The 100 Zubari note features a solar-powered irrigation system, a nod to Sahel's agri-tech revolution. The 500 Zubari note bears the image of Queen Lila, a 16th century leader who resisted colonial expansion. And the 1000 Zubari note is emblazoned with a phoenix, the mythical bird reborn from ashes, a metaphor not lost on anyone witnessing Sahel's economic renaissance. International observers are already labeling Sahel's move as Africa's Bitcoin moment, though government officials are quick to stress the Zubari is fully regulated and pegged to a mix of real assets, not speculative markets. With regional neighbors reportedly exploring their own digital currency experiments, Sahel may have just positioned itself as a trailblazer in the continent's next financial chapter. This is more than money, said President Daro, as the first Zubari coins were minted on live television. This is the heartbeat of a free people ready to shape their future. Thank you, sir. The historic launch of Sahel Nation's sovereign currency, the Zubari, offers a powerful lesson to other African countries in reclaiming economic autonomy, embracing technological innovation, and fostering national identity through financial reform. As the continent continues to grapple with the lingering effects of colonial monetary systems and global economic pressures, Sehal's bold move to introduce a currency backed by rare earth minerals, strategic foreign reserves, and digital assets represents a model of forward-thinking resilience that many African economies can study and adapt. Rather than continuing to depend on foreign currencies such as the US dollar or euro, which leave nations vulnerable to external inflation, interest rate hikes, and political shifts, Sehel has chosen a path of economic sovereignty, giving it control over its monetary policy, trade balance, and financial future, while also inspiring its citizens with a sense of ownership and pride in their national economy. Beyond symbolism, the introduction of the Zubari shows the importance of building an inclusive financial ecosystem, especially as Sale has coupled its currency rollout with cutting-edge, blockchain-backed CBDC infrastructure, allowing both urban and rural populations to participate in a secure, digital-first economy, thus ensuring that financial access is not limited to those in cities or those with traditional bank accounts. The seamless integration of mobile apps, offline smart cards, and digital wallets proves that innovation can be grounded in.
The first signs of sciatic nerve decay may surprise you. Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind searing sciatic nerve pain has less to do with a bulging.
Practical solutions tailored to local realities, including the unbanked and underbanked. Other African nations should pay close attention to how Sehel combined technological modernization with cultural symbolism, embedding its notes with national icons, local heroes, and motifs of sovereignty and hope, to make the currency not just a financial instrument, but a tool of identity and unity. Furthermore, the deliberate transparency of Sehal's financial leadership, including statements from the finance minister and central bank, reflects a level of institutional accountability that is essential for public trust and investor confidence, particularly in countries where past economic experiments have failed due to mismanagement or opacity. Africa's rapidly growing youth population should also be considered in the blueprint, as Sehal's model supports youth-led innovation and entrepreneurship, providing an infrastructure for developers, fintechs, and startups to build services on top of a national platform, something that could revolutionize employment and productivity across the continent. Perhaps most importantly, Sehel has shown that economic reform does not have to follow the patterns of Western institutions or IMF prescriptions. Can be homegrown solutions, leveraging a nation's natural resources, digital potential, and diasporic talent to build a uniquely African model of financial self-determination. The move also strengthens regional cooperation, as the Zubari lays the groundwork for intra-African trade by removing barriers created by multiple foreign currency dependencies, thus aligning with the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, goals of harmonizing trade and promoting local production. In summary, Sehel Nation's Zubari is more than a currency. It is a blueprint for African resilience, a call to rethink sovereignty in the digital age, and a living reminder that with vision, courage, and strategy, African countries can lead their own economic narratives and shape a future that truly reflects their values, resources, and aspirations. Thanks for watching. Please ensure to subscribe, comment, like, and share.
All right, you heard it, you guys. This is very, very informative. And again, I hope that you can put the pieces together, but if not, I'm going to cover that as much as possible in my closing comment, and you can be able to rest assured in which way you got to go. Now, what you do, I can't determine what you do, and I can't make you do something. Either you see an opportunity or you don't. Right? So, gonna be what it's gonna be, baby. Let's move forward. Now, this one is 21 minutes. Oh shit. Propose Africa's own United Nations. You gotta hear this. You gotta hear this. Nothing else. You gotta hear it. So I'm gonna stick it out, and then we'll be. Hold on. I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's just these here, and I'll be right back.
They never expected this. Not from a captain in fatigues, not from a land they once called too poor, too small, too silent. But today, silence is no longer an option. Because, from the heart of West Africa, a voice is rising, and this time, it's not asking for a seat at the table. It's building a new table altogether, at a secret summit in Ouagadougou. President Ibrahim Traoré looked into the cameras and uttered the words that would make global headlines and shake the foundation of every Western foreign ministry. Africa needs its own United Nations. Not to beg, not to wait, but to lead. And today, we begin. The announcement came like a thunderclap. No leaks, no drafts, no whispers in diplomatic circles. Just one bold declaration delivered in a hall filled with African thinkers. Elders, engineers, soldiers, artists, and youth. Not in Geneva, not in New York, but under the African sky. And the name of the vision, the new continental order. Not a copy of the UN. Not a regional bloc in disguise, but a radically new model built by Africa. For Africa, a structure where sovereignty is sacred, where no country's voice is silenced by veto powers, where resolutions are backed not by press releases but by action. Flashback. The road to this moment wasn't sudden. It began months earlier when African diplomats were denied entry. 2. Key World Bank meetings. When the African Union was sidelined in global climate negotiations, when Burkina Faso was sanctioned for defending its borders while aggressors walked free, the insult wasn't just political, it was structural. Decades of decisions had been made about Africa without Africa, from peacekeeping missions. That never brought peace. To trade deals that drained resources and returned debt, to development projects that built skyscrapers in Europe and slums in Africa. The truth was undeniable. The global order was never built to include Africa. It was built to control it. Traoré's secret meeting in Bamako after the backlash to Burkina Faso's Gold Alliance. Traoré disappeared from the spotlight. For 11 days, no public appearances. The press speculated. Foreign embassies scrambled. Intelligence agencies tracked every move. But while the world looked for him in Ouagadougou, he was in Bamako, Mali. There, in an underground war room shielded from drones and satellites, he met with leaders from Mali, Niger, Guinea, Chad, CAR, and Eritrea. What they discussed would soon be called Africa's blueprint for freedom, not just economic liberation, not just military cooperation, but institutional independence. They called it the NCO Charter, a declaration of sovereign governance, a system built on balance. The new continental order is not a replica of the United Nations. It rejects veto. Power. It eliminates permanent Security Council seats. It removes foreign donor influence. Instead, it operates on rotating leadership, equal votes, and continental funding pooled from gold reserves, resource trade, and voluntary contributions. For member states, its pillars, security by solidarity, African peacekeepers under African command, no foreign troops dictating policy, economic court of justice, for resolving intra-African disputes without IMF or World Bank interference, Pan-African research hubs for technology, medicine, agriculture funded by Africa, staffed by Africans, Cultural Reclamation Council, to return looted artifacts, languages, and dignity stolen over centuries. The world responds within hours of the announcement. Panic set in. France issued a statement calling the NCO a threat to international stability. The U.S. State Department requested an emergency review of African aid packages. Germany suspended joint military training in the Sahel, but inside Africa, something else was happening. Nigeria's youth marched in support. Tanzania broadcast Traoré's speech live. South African unions called for national debate on NCO membership. Even Congo's parliament held a midnight session titled, "Is This Our Moment?" One tweet summed it up. They're afraid, not because it's chaos, but because, for the first time, Africa is organizing on its own terms. The first session, no flags, just purposite, was held in silence. No anthem, no parade, No hierarchy of power, just a round table. Under an old baobab tree in the hills outside Ouagadougou, 13 African nations sent representatives. Not all were presidents. Some were elders, scientists, trade unionists, and even war veterans.
Hold on.
Tired of the usual e-learning subscriptions?
They came not with agendas, but with stories of colonization, of betrayal, of broken promises, and unbroken hope. And in that moment, the world watched the birth of something unthinkable, an African Union of Action, without Europe's permission. They discussed 6 priorities: immediate withdrawal from foreign-controlled arbitration courts, creation of a shared resource bank, starting with gold and lithium, formation of an independent African news network, free from Western sponsors, deployment of African peacekeeping teams to stabilize Niger and Guinea, drafting a legal framework to prosecute colonial-era crimes, calling for a truth tribunal on foreign debt and historical extraction. Each point shook the room. Each point signaled war, not of weapons, but of narratives, of laws, and of memory. Meanwhile, in New York, at the actual United Nations, chaos brewed. African diplomats demanded an emergency session to discuss the legitimacy of the NCO. France moved to table a resolution calling it illegitimate. The U.S. pushed for a media blackout on the summit, and British intelligence flagged Traoré as a non-compliant insurgent figure. But they were too late, because the world was already watching. On African terms, a new website launched newcontinentalorder.org, broadcasting every session live in English, French, Arabic, Swahili, and Hausa. Millions tuned in. From villages in South Sudan to internet cafes in Soweto, the people finally saw Africa negotiating with itself. No translators, no condescension, no colonial hand holding. Then came the leak in anonymous African cyber activist group calling themselves Echoes of Saqqara, published 2,000 classified documents from within the UN, IMF, and World Bank, and buried within them was a single slide from a French-sponsored summit strategy, prevention strategy, Stop African Institutional Independence. Before 2030, it outlined lobbying campaigns, media disinformation, and targeted sanctions to prevent the rise of regional blocs like exactly what the NCO was becoming. The backlash was immediate. Protests erupted outside UN buildings in Nairobi, Lagos, and Accra. Traoré's words echoed once more across viral videos. If we cannot trust your world, we will build our own. If we cannot speak freely in your chambers, we will speak boldly in ours. In their inaugural resolution, the NCO members voted unanimously on a single declaration. No African country shall host a foreign military base unless ratified by the people through referendum. It was a quiet line in the press, but in the war rooms of NATO, AFRICOM, and the LEC Palace, alarms went off, because across Africa, this one resolution could mean the closure of over 100 foreign bases. One NCO delegate put it simply: you cannot build freedom next to an occupier's runway. This wasn't just policy, it was continental defiance. The new continental order was no longer a dream, it was an institution, a mirror held up to the world, saying, we were never the problem, we were always the solution. Weeks after the NCO's founding session, another unexpected letter was delivered, but this time, to the United Nations General Assembly. It was signed by President Ibrahim Traoré and co-signed by 8 heads of state from the NCO. The message was direct. We formally request equal recognition of the new continental order as a parallel multilateral institution representing sovereign African interests. No apology, no hesitation, no subtext. And with that, the traditional gatekeepers of diplomacy, the G7, the World Bank, the UN Security Council, found themselves in an unfamiliar position, on the defensive. A senior EU diplomat was quoted anonymously: if Africa forms its own governing structure outside our institutions, we lose leverage permanently. Behind closed doors, damage control began. Africa was no longer asking for a seat at someone else's table. It was building a new building on a new continent with a new code. Just as the NCO prepared for its second summit, scheduled to be broadcast live from Bobo Dioulasso, the sabotage began. Power outages hit Ouagadougou's fiber optic network. Satellite jammers interfered with NCO media transmissions. A Trojan virus was detected inside the servers of the African Resource Exchange Bank. By midnight, Burkina Faso's communications ministry confirmed coordinated cyber attacks are targeting the infrastructure of the new continental order. But Traoré had anticipated this. 1 year earlier, as part of Project Horizon, Burkina Faso's military engineers trained in digital warfare had built isolated encrypted relay nodes powered by solar grids. Within 3 hours, the live stream resumed. Within a month, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger closed joint military training with France. Guinea and Chad began renegotiating mining deals with local councils, not Western boards. Mozambique and Zimbabwe requested observer status in the NCO, and Togo, long considered a Western ally, suddenly suspended foreign debt payments, citing the need for internal review under NCO protocols. This wasn't just policy, it was continental defiance. The new continental order was no longer a dream, it was an institution, a mirror held up to the world, saying, "We were never the problem, we were always the solution." Weeks after the NCO's founding session, another unexpected letter was delivered, but this time to the United Nations General Assembly. It was signed by President Ibrahim Traoré and co-signed by 8 heads of state from the NCO. Was direct. We formally request equal recognition of the new continental order as a parallel multilateral institution representing sovereign African interests. No apology, no hesitation, no subtext. And with that, the traditional gatekeepers of diplomacy, the G7, the World Bank, the UN Security Council, found themselves in an unfamiliar position, on the defensive. A senior EU diplomat was quoted anonymously, "If Africa forms its own governing structure outside our institutions, we lose leverage, permanently." Behind closed doors, damage control began. Africa was no longer asking for a seat at someone else's table. It was building a new building on a new continent with a new code. Just as the NCO prepared for its second summit, scheduled to be broadcast live from Bobo Dioulasso, the sabotage began. Cybersecurity's power outages hit Ouagadougou's fiber optic network. Satellite jammers interfered with NCO media transmissions. A Trojan virus was detected inside the servers of the African Resource Exchange Bank. By midnight, Burkina Faso's communications ministry confirmed, coordinated. Cyber attacks are targeting the infrastructure of the new continental order, but Traoré had anticipated this. 1 year earlier, as part of Project Horizon, Burkina Faso's military engineers, trained in digital warfare, had built isolated, encrypted, relay nodes powered by solar grids. Within 3 hours, the live stream resumed and, in a brilliant countermove, the NCO revealed footage of masked hackers traced to European contractor firms, working through third-party proxies in North Africa. The footage was leaked to the public, and across Africa, people asked the same question. If this is just a harmless dream, why are they so desperate to stop it? Traoré's address to the world. Then came the moment that would be played on every screen. From Lagos to London, Traoré appeared before a coalition of African journalists, and without notes, without a podium, without even a title card, spoke these words. They tried to divide us by language. They tried to separate us by borders drawn in Europe. But today, from the ashes of old empires, we speak one message in many tongues. Africa will govern itself. He continued, to those who say we are rebels, yes, we rebel. Against hunger, against debt, against foreign troops who teach us peace, but bring us violence. The new continental order is not a rebellion. It is a return to memory, a return to dignity, a return to decisions made in our name, by us. The historic proposal, the end of his speech, Traoré held up a document signed in gold ink. It was the sovereignty protocol, a declaration ing the following. All O member states are invited to observe or join the NCO within 6 months. African issues affecting African lives will no longer be debated in foreign capitals. A continental referendum will decide whether African countries should continue participation in the UN under current terms or withdraw and realign under the NCO framework. The hall erupted, not in cheers, but in silence, the heavy, unforgettable silence of history shifted. Asterisk, the U.S. Treasury immediately froze aid accounts to 3 NCO member states. France recalled ambassadors. NATO held a secret session titled African Realignment, Threat Scenario. The BBC aired a primetime special called, Is This the End of the UN in Africa? But it was too late. The genie was out, in Kenya. Parliament voted to hold public debates on joining the NCO in Egypt. Political youth forums began calling for Pan-African realignment. In Ethiopia, diplomats reportedly paused negotiations, with the World Bank citing continental reevaluation. And in South Africa, long skeptical of Traoré, an influential trade union leader said on live television, I may not like how he speaks, but I respect that he finally made the world listen. The dream is now a Mapatha NCO headquarters began construction on the outskirts of Ouagadougou. No foreign contractors, no imported materials, brick by brick. It rose, built by African hands, funded by African gold. Etched into its foundation stone were the words, we were not born to obey, we were born to become. The call to the African Union, for years. The African was supposed to be the voice of the continent. But for Traoré and the rising generation, that voice had gone quiet when it mattered most. When Mali was sanctioned, the O said nothing. When Burkina Faso expelled French troops, the O distanced itself. When the Kourou currency emerged, the O released no statement. With the new continental order gaining traction, the silence was no longer passive, it was political, and so Traoré took the offensive. In a televised address ahead of the O Mid-Year Summit in Addis Ababa, He spoke directly to the institution that had failed to lead. To our brothers and sisters at the African Union, we do not come to destroy you. We come to remind you of your purpose. If you represent Africa, then represent her people, not her funders. If you speak for justice, then speak when African voices are silenced. But if you cannot, then we will. The proposal that stunned the room at the summit, Traore's delegation delivered a sealed document to every African head of state. Inside was a draft constitution, the first of its kind in modern African history. It proposed an African People's Parliament elected by citizens, not appointed by elites. A charter of sovereign trade, banning foreign interference. In national contracts, a continental court of memory to investigate colonial crimes and seek reparations. A declaration of cultural independence, removing colonial education models and restoring indigenous knowledge. A transition timeline, a 10-year roadmap to full African self-governance outside all colonial-era institutions. They called it the Oath of Umuya, the Pledge of Unity. One headline in Nairobi read, Traore has brought what the oath forgot, a soul. Internal divisions begin on. All leaders welcomed the proposal. Some feared it would expose their own allegiances. Others had foreign military protection they couldn't afford to lose. And a few deeply embedded in Western financial networks began plotting resistance. Leaked recordings revealed a quiet alliance forming 4 West African presidents. 1 North African intelligence chief, and 2 O insiders. Their plan, delay, divide, discredit. Delay NCO membership votes. Divide key countries by offering IMF fast loans. Discredit Traore through media and false flag operations. But they underestimated the movement's depth. Because while they schemed in hotel lobbies and foreign embassies, the streets were waking up. The people rise. In Dakar, students held sit-ins at French consulates, waving handmade NCO flags. In Lusaka, Zambian youth marched with banners reading, "We want Umoja, not IMF." In Addis Ababa, just outside the AU compound, thousands chanted, were you when our sovereignty cried? Across Africa, a phrase began trending, from O to Anu, a quiet rebellion, not against the idea of unity, but against those who had sold it for personal gain. Theo's desperate response, caught between grassroots pressure and foreign donors.
Pura mentira. Son unos mentirosos.
¿Qué está pasando? ¿Por qué estás armando un escándalo en mi fábrica?
Ah, tú eres el...
Theo finally responded in a carefully worded statement. They welcomed a dialogue on institutional reform, but warned against unilateral structures that risk continental division. Traore responded with clarity. Division is when the continent is ruled from abroad. ... Unity begins when we decide for ourselves. Then came the most daring move yet. The NCO's final message to nations in a symbolic gesture. NCO nations, suspended participation in O economic bodies, redirecting those efforts to an independent forum scheduled to be hosted in Timbuktu. Traore's envoy delivered a message carved into wood. Not printed on paper, we will return when the O returns to Africa. The message sent shockwaves. International observers warned of an African schism. CNN ran a headline. Is Traore splitting the continent? But across the continent, the people knew better. This wasn't a split. This was surgery. The infected part of the system corrupted by foreign money, weakened by inaction, was being cut away so the rest of the body could heal. Asterisk the warning. Signs, they came quietly at first. A sudden rise in anti-Traore narratives. Across foreign-backed media, anonymous social media accounts pushing disinformation in multiple languages. Reports of unusual cargo flights landing at night near Faso's border. And then, a leak, a whistleblower inside an ECOWAS intelligence bureau revealed a chilling document. Operation Phoenix. Political transition in Burkina Faso objectives. Assets. Timeline. The document outlined a plan to destabilize Traore's government through protests, military infiltration, and media delegitimization under the cover of restoring democratic norms. But this was no grassroots uprising. This was foreign-funded regime change dressed in the clothes of concern. The infiltration begins within days. Protests erupted in 2 Burkinab cities. Signs were in English and French, not local languages. Leaders of the protests were found to have ties to NGOs with Western sponsors. A mysterious shipment of media equipment was intercepted containing satellite jammers and surveillance drones. And then, a shock. 2 military generals attempted to defect from the high command, citing constitutional irregularities. But Traore had seen it coming. For months, his intelligence unit, codenamed Project Anvil, had been monitoring unusual movements within the ranks. Within hours, the plotters were arrested. Burkina Faso's national television aired footage of intercepted communications between one of the generals and a foreign intelligence handler. The footage went viral. The regime change mask had fallen. The response from Traoré in an emergency broadcast. President Ibrahim Traore addressed the nation, not in French, but in Moor, the native language of his people. His message, translated into dozens of languages across Africa, echoed like a drumbeat. They tried to buy our minds. They failed. They tried to break our spirit. They failed. Now, they send shadows to steal our future, and they will fail again. Let the world hear this. Burkina Faso is not up for sale. Africa is not your laboratory, and this generation will not bow. The continent responds what was meant to fracture the NCO, instead ignited it, Mali, Niger, and Guinea immediately. Deployed security consultants to Ouagadougou, Eritrea, and Chad offered counterintelligence assistance. A special NCO meeting was convened in Timbuktu, under 48-hour notice. They passed the Sovereignty Defense Pact, committing mutual protection against external regime change operations. For the first time in African post-colonial history, nations pledged not just political support, but joint military readiness to defend one another's right to self-govern. The pact included a bold clause. Any unconstitutional overthrow of an NCO member state shall be treated as an attack. On all the West world stumbles, the fallout was immediate. The African desk at the U.S. State Department was forced into emergency strategy review. French officials scrambled to distance themselves from Operation Phoenix. The EU's Africa envoy resigned suddenly. No explanation. But none of it mattered anymore, because the movement had matured beyond one man, one country, or one headline. This was no longer Chaurier's rebellion. This was Africa's awakening. The dawn of new institution 6 months after its founding. The new Continental Order had 22 member states, a rotating executive council, a people-funded infrastructure bank with $8.3 billion in gold and resource reserves, a continental broadcasting network based in Ouagadougou, translated into 14 African languages, and now a constitution, the Oath of Umoja, signed in full. But perhaps the most symbolic change was the quietest. At the United Nations, 7 African countries formally withdrew their permanent missions, choosing instead to recognize the NCO as their continental forum. Their offices were left empty, flags taken down, placards removed, and in their place, a message was taped to the UN doors. We are not absent, we have returned to ourselves. The final scene on the anniversary of the NCO's founding. President Traoré stood again in Thomas Sankara Square. He wore no medals, no armored guards. Just a simple cloth tunic bearing a single symbol, a baobab tree wrapped around the continent, the logo of the new Continental Order. He looked at the crowd, hundreds of thousands, strong, from every region of Africa, and he said, "This is not the end of colonization. It ended long ago. This is the end of permission. We will no longer ask the world to see us. We will see ourselves. We will no longer ask them to invite us. We have arrived." The crowd erupted. Drums pounded. Flags rose. The sound of sovereign joy shook the ground. And somewhere, across oceans and towers of power, the old world watched and trembled, because Africa was no longer waiting. It was leading.
There it is. There it is. Leading, not waiting. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, my people. Unite and lead. We are the motherfucking new UN, which means that our army, our navy, our everything can go where it needs to go and beat that white boy ass. Now this one, the revolution has begun. France is finished. I'll be right back.
Through Europe's polished glass towers and marble halls. A storm no one in the West wants to talk about. But it's real. It's loud. It's shaking the foundations of a centuries-old empire. And it has a name. France, once the proud colonial power, with its claws deep in the heart of Africa, is now facing the unthinkable. Its economy, once held aloft by the riches of its former colonies, is collapsing. This is not a metaphor. This is not a theory. France is spiraling into economic crisis. In just 3 months, France has added a staggering 40 billion euros in new debt. Its national debt now stands at an unsustainable 3.3 trillion euros. This is not just an economic crisis. This is the collapse of a centuries-old empire built on the bones of a continent it never truly owned. France is not just struggling, it is sinking, and the hand pushing it down is not from Brussels, not from Washington, but from Bamako, Ouagadougou, and Niamey. Africa has finally said no more, and now the empire is paying the price.
Los adolescentes están creando negocios con IA. mientras que la única IA que tú conoces es ChatGPT.
And Paris panicking. But behind this financial freefall is a revolution the West never saw coming. A revolution led by young African leaders who have torn the colonial script to shreds and thrown it back in Macron's face. At the forefront, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. France tried to tame him. Then they tried to bribe him. Now they want him gone. But this Africa is no longer asleep. This Africa is watching. This Africa is rising. French factories are shutting down. Major corporations are relocating. Investors are fleeing. The backbone of the French economy has snapped. And here's the truth they don't want you to hear. That backbone was Africa. For decades, France lived large off the sweat and blood of African nations like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Through military control, corrupt puppet governments, and the notorious CFA franc system, France siphoned off billions in raw resources, gold, uranium, oil, cotton, while leaving African people in poverty. But that era is over. Across the Sahel, something unimaginable has taken place. African nations, long viewed by France as mere economic appendages, have risen, and they have said no more. Burkina Faso, under the fearless leadership of Captain Ibrahim Traoré, stood up first, then Mali, then Niger, and the dominoes are still falling. These nations expelled French troops, tore up exploitative trade deals, and reclaimed their natural wealth. And the impact on France? Catastrophic. Let's break it down. For years, France depended heavily on uranium from Niger to power its nuclear energy grid. As of 2022, France sourced more than 30% of its uranium from Niger alone. With that supply now severed, France is scrambling for alternatives and paying higher prices. Burkina Faso, rich in gold and cotton, once supplied France with raw materials at bargain prices through unfair deals. Now, Traoré has nationalized sectors, built local refining capacity, and cut off the free pipeline to Paris. The profits stay in Africa. And France? It's left in the cold. Mali, a strategic outpost for French military and economic interests, has also locked its doors. The region that once propped up the French economy has turned its back. The result? France's economy is bleeding. Production has stalled. Unemployment is rising. Inflation is surging. The global credit markets are losing faith in Paris. The value of the euro against other major currencies has slumped. Confidence is crumbling. But instead of facing the truth, French President Emmanuel Macron has chosen the path of desperation and denial. He begged. Yes, he begged to re-enter Burkina Faso. Behind closed doors and through diplomatic back channels, Macron's administration pleaded with Traoré for France to be allowed back in, promising aid, investment, and even respect for sovereignty. Traoré's answer? A firm, unshakable no. Because Traoré is not just a president. He is the revolution. He is the spirit of Thomas Sankara reborn. And Macron knows that as long as Traoré stands, France can never return to the days of unchecked exploitation. So what does France do now? It threatens. It plots. Macron is now reportedly using intelligence networks, diplomatic pressure, and even covert operatives in a desperate bid to destabilize the Traoré government. Why? Because he knows something the mainstream media won't admit. If Traoré stands, the entire French economic model falls. This isn't just about Burkina Faso. It's about the entire French sphere of influence in Africa. If Traoré inspires others, and he already has, then France's grip is broken for good. And that's exactly what's happening. From Guinea to Senegal, from Mali to Niger, the fire is spreading. Africa is awakening, and it is cutting off the source of France's wealth, its resources. The irony, the very countries once mocked as Third World are now bringing a G7 economy to its knees. The empire, once feared across continents, is begging at the gates of Ouagadougou, and Africans are no longer opening the door. France is collapsing, and it's not because of bad luck or global recession. It's because the African people refuse to be exploited any longer. The empire is dying, not from without, but from within, because it has lost its parasitic lifeline. This moment is historic. We are witnessing the fall of a modern colonial power, not through war, not through sanctions, but through resistance, through unity, through the courage of leaders like Captain Ibrahim Traoré, who dared to say, "Not one more drop of our wealth will feed your empire." Africa is rising. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, they are not just fighting for themselves. They are showing every African nation that freedom is not only possible, it is inevitable. And as France trembles under the weight of its vanishing empire, the world watches a new dawn break over Africa. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. A new Africa is here. And this time, we write our own story.
That's damn right. You better believe we write our own story. And to expose these fucking animals, grow tails, that's what they are. Fucking animals. They can't be trusted. All they do is lie, scheme, connive, kill, steal, and destroy. That's it. Now you heard that, not from me, but you heard that from Amazing Lucas on the very first video. Let me get out of here. What is it? French begs for relief after brutal move by Burkina. I don't think we have to do that one, but I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna put it into the chat, right? That way, you guys can watch it because I'm getting awfully tired. And I'll let that one fly, right? But it's a good video, but it's the same one that I just played. So France is done. Europe is done. And what's going to happen is, since Africa has all the gold, all the minerals, all of everything, they're going to set up an economic powerhouse of banks, personal individuals who are going to go into France and buy up every motherfucking thing when they want to get their asses, excuse the dog, want to get their asses on the ground. Just like I'm trying to remember that Angola did with Portugal. It's happening, you guys. And this is why you must keep your eyes on the prize and where the money is. All right? So I want to get out of here because I don't want to spend too much time longer. So we're working it on down, people.
Confirmed. African Union approves anti-corruption drone force. First mission targets Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. By Takunda Mabika, Supreme Africa Breaking News. Tisu Banhu Bacho. Africa is not just rising. Africa is flying. Literally. And if you're a corrupt politician, businessman, or tenderpreneur, look up, because justice is now airborne. Part 1. The drones have been cleared for takeoff. This is not science fiction. This is not a joke. This is revolutionary African innovation in motion. On Monday morning, the African Union Security and Accountability Council quietly passed a classified resolution to officially approve the launch of the One Africa Anti-Corruption Drone Force. The first 3 target nations for this pilot project? Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. And before you start shouting, "Why always us?" Don't worry, every African country is getting their turn. But these 3? They volunteered. Sort of. Part 2. Why Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria? According to SABN insiders, including Protocol Black and The Economist of Addis, these three countries are being used as the test zone because they all recently signed memorandums of compliance with the One Africa government's new integrity charter. They each face serious, well-documented corruption cases that have frozen billions in public funds. Their digital infrastructure is advanced enough to support drone surveillance data integration with AU servers in Addis Ababa. In short, they were both bold enough and broken enough to be first. Part 3. How does the drone force work? All right, listen up. This isn't your cousin's DJI drone with a GoPro. These are Panther-class recon and scan units, developed under a joint Africa-Japan technology partnership with aerial AI coded by AU-approved ethical programmers based in Rwanda. Each drone is equipped with real-time thermal imaging, voice capture tech. Yes, it hears your shady meetings. Financial pattern triangulation, matching movements of people with known bribes, contracts, and offshore alerts. AI corruption behavior analysis. Basically, it watches how you walk, how you meet, and even what time your electricity spikes in your luxury house at night. If it smells suspicious, it flags it. Bro, these drones don't need a warrant. They have continental clearance, backed by the revised African Charter on Integrity and Sovereignty, signed by 49 AU states so far. Part 4. Inside the first operations. Let's take a peek at what they've already caught in each country. Kenya. In Karen, Nairobi, one drone caught a government procurement officer receiving a package at midnight from a known construction magnate. Within 12 hours, $2.1 million was moved offshore. The AU drone captured the full delivery. The man said, "Hii ni kwa watoto wangu. This is for my children." Sorry, sir. Your kids will now be visiting you through glass at the One Africa Detention Ethics Center in Tanzania. Jana. In Accra, a drone flagged unusual nightly visits at the Ministry of Energy. A woman connected to 4 shell companies was seen exiting with USB drives and manila envelopes. Guess what the drones picked up? She wasn't alone. She was followed by 2 men from a private equity firm in the UK, known for laundering mining royalties. Their names were flagged before they even got on the plane. The drone matched faces with Interpol's African corruption watch list. Game over.
Hold on.
Nigeria. In Abuja, a drone observed a politician's convoy arriving without lights at 3 a.m. at a youth empowerment center that's been under construction since 2018. The drone circled silently. The AI flagged multiple license plates, thermal handshakes, bro hugs, and even audio of one man joking. They can't catch us in the sky. We run this town. Well, you did run it. Now you're running from the AU. Part 5. Meet the minds behind the mission. The idea for the drone force came from General Umoja, a retired AU peacekeeping commander who once said, "You can't fight 21st century corruption with 20th century tools." Alongside him is Mama Pan-Africa, who helped draft the AU's new data accountability protocols and serves as chief ethics liaison for drone intel assessment. In her words, this isn't about spying. It's about transparency by technology. You can't steal and hide in Africa anymore. The sky is watching. And finally, the programming mastermind, an unknown coder only referred to as Zamani Zera, a youth AI genius from Uganda who built the voice recognition software that can even detect stress levels in someone's speech. Part 6. Reactions from the target countries. Let's not lie, the reactions are mixed. In Kenya, some politicians have already started covering their compounds with aluminum roofing, trying to block signals. One MP said, "We didn't agree to be treated like criminals." Meanwhile, Kenyan citizens on social media were celebrating. "Please bring it to my governor's house next." In Ghana, the presidency is reportedly cooperating fully, but some ministers are panicking. Leaked WhatsApp messages show one former minister asking, "Can the drone see through curtains?" Answer? Yes, sir. In Nigeria, a governor tried to shoot down a drone using state police. The drone sent a live feed to Addis Ababa, which immediately froze a $40 million foreign exchange transaction linked to him. His bank account now says, "Frozen by AU Drone Corruption Unit, File Nub 1243. Part 7. Why this is a game changer. This isn't just about drones. It's about real-time evidence-based action. For the first time in African history, citizens don't have to beg for justice. Journalists don't have to risk their lives. Civil society doesn't need leaked emails. Because now, the sky leaks everything. And if you're innocent, you're protected. But if you're dirty, you're finished. Part 8, Comedy Corner. Because Sabin laughs at corruption. In Nairobi, one businessman reportedly started praying to the sky. Dear drone, it wasn't me. I was just holding the bag for a friend. In Ghana, a side chick texted, Babe, we can't meet today. The drone was hovering too low. In Lagos, one local said, You know corruption is scared when people start walking with umbrellas at night. And in Zimbabwe, a man ran outside and shouted, Dear drone, please scan my wife's phone while you're up there. Part 9. What's next? Here's what's coming in the next 6 months, according to our insiders. Phase 2 drones. It's smaller, faster, equipped with AI polygraph voice tech. Drone courts. Special mobile AU courts that act on drone footage within 14 days. Citizens portal. Africans will soon be able to submit anonymous tips to redirect drones to specific buildings, banks, or politicians. Regional expansion. Tanzania, Senegal, Zambia, and Egypt are next on the rollout. Anti-drone counterintelligence. Special shadow unit Zulu squads will monitor attempts to jam or hack the drones. Also, drone teams will now be paired with digital forensic vans that seize phones, laptops, and servers the moment a corruption flag is triggered. Part 10. Takunda's final word. Let me say this clearly. This is not a toy. This is not Western aid. This is African-born, African-controlled justice. The drones don't lie. The drones don't forget. The drones don't take bribes. And most importantly, the drones report to you, the people. So if you're in politics or business and your heart is clean, smile at the sky. But if you've been stealing from Africa's future, look up. Judgment now has wings. So like, share, subscribe, comment below. Should drones come to your country next? Tag a friend and ask, who should the drones investigate next? This is Supreme Africa Breaking News. We don't watch corruption, we hunt it. Vanhu Vacho, stay locked, because the sky just got real.
All right, you heard him. It's going to be very difficult to, damn near impossible, to rob and steal and lie and scream and connive. So now, this is very interesting right here. They found a 5,000-year-old map of America found in Egypt, revealed terrifying secret. So as we narrow it down, we're gonna be coming up on a lot of important things. And I think this is very important because we are a badass people, man. And white folks know this, man. You know what I mean? White folks ain't shit. I'll be right back.
Never dreamed of sailing west. But here's what makes this discovery truly terrifying. The ancient Egyptians who created it buried it on purpose. They wanted it forgotten. They wanted it hidden. And after you hear this story, you'll understand why. January 2024. The sacred necropolis of Saqqara, Egypt's most important archaeological site, holds its breath as an international team of researchers makes a discovery that will haunt them forever. Dr. Heinrich Müller, the German archaeologist leading the excavation, would later describe this moment as the day archaeology died and was reborn. His team had been searching for administrative buildings, storage facilities, routine work that had been going on for months. But what they found instead was a tomb. Not just any tomb. A perfectly preserved chamber sealed for over 5,000 years, its entrance hidden beneath centuries of wind-blown sand and forgotten time. The air inside was thick, recalls Dr. Sarah Chin, the team's imaging specialist, ancient, untouched. When our lights first illuminated the chamber walls, we saw hieroglyphs unlike anything in the textbooks. No pharaohs, no gods, just geometric patterns, sky symbols, water symbols, as if someone was trying to map the heavens themselves. And there against the far wall, waiting in the darkness like a patient guardian of secrets, stood a
I just made a $27
Hold
ebook
on.
in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it, so you can do it too. Here.
a towering slab of black stone, 2 meters tall, over a meter wide, its surface covered in intricate carvings that would soon turn the archaeological world upside down. The team's first assumption was simple. This was Egyptian limestone or sandstone, carved with religious symbols or territorial maps of the Nile Delta. They were wrong, catastrophically wrong. Petrographic analysis revealed the impossible truth. This wasn't Egyptian stone at all. It was andesitic basalt, a volcanic rock with a mineral fingerprint that matched only one place on Earth, the high Andes of South America, specifically the rugged mountains surrounding modern-day Peru. Think about that for a moment. A massive stone slab weighing hundreds of pounds somehow traveled from the peaks of the Andes across thousands of miles of ocean to end up in an ancient Egyptian tomb in 3100 BCE, nearly 5,000 years before Columbus. Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a geological expert who analyzed the samples, puts it bluntly, this is like finding a piece of the moon in King Tut's tomb. It simply shouldn't exist. The geological signature is unmistakable. This rock was born in the Andes. But how did it get to Egypt? And why? When the team brought in satellite imaging experts to analyze the stone's carvings, they expected to find abstract religious symbols or stylized representations of the Nile River. Instead, they uncovered something that made grown archaeologists weep. The carved lines weren't abstract at all. They were geospatially precise, topographic maps of North and South America. The Florida Peninsula, carved with mathematical accuracy. The Yucatan Peninsula, perfectly positioned at the Gulf of Mexico's entrance. The Andes mountain range running like a jagged spine down the continent's western edge. The Amazon basin carved as a broad depression in the stone center. Dr. James Patterson, a cartographer who analyzed the overlay data, still struggles to explain what he saw. The precision is beyond coincidence, beyond artistic license. This is satellite-level accuracy, rendered in stone 5,000 years ago. Whoever created this map had actually been there. They had seen these coastlines. They had mapped these continents. But the most chilling discovery was yet to come. To understand the true horror of this discovery, we must travel back to the 1990s, when forensic toxicologist Dr. Svetlana Balabanova made a discovery that the academic world desperately wanted to ignore. She had analyzed hair and tissue samples from Egyptian mummies over 3,000 years old. The results were impossible to explain. Traces of cocaine and nicotine, substances that could only come from plants native to the Americas. Plants that, according to everything we knew about history, had never crossed the Atlantic. They called it contamination, Dr. Balabanova would later recall. Laboratory error, impossible results. But when multiple independent laboratories confirmed the same findings, the silence became deafening. The academic world simply stopped talking about it. Until now. Because this stone map doesn't just suggest ancient contact between Egypt and the Americas, it proves it. The cocaine and nicotine weren't contamination. They were evidence of trade, of voyages, of knowledge that was deliberately buried. As the team employed advanced imaging techniques to uncover the stone's hidden inscriptions, they discovered words that would haunt them forever. Faint hieroglyphs, barely visible to the naked eye, told a story that defied comprehension. We saw the twin lands, the sun never sets, but shadows walk there. Twin lands, 2 continents, a sun that never sets. Perhaps the endless summer days of the Arctic or the blazing deserts of the American Southwest. But shadows walk there, something dark, something dangerous, something that made these ancient explorers want to forget what they had seen.
Dr. Elena Vasquez, a specialist in Proto-Egyptian scripts, explains the chilling implications. This isn't celebratory language. This isn't triumph. This is a warning. They found something in those lands, something that frightened them so deeply they buried the evidence and tried to erase it from history. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this discovery isn't what was found. It's what happened after it was found. No major museum has displayed the Saqqara map. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities maintains complete official silence. Scholars who initially discussed the discovery have grown reluctant to speak publicly. Research papers have been withdrawn. Evidence has been sealed away. One researcher, speaking on condition of anonymity, revealed the pressure being applied. We were told this discovery was too sensitive for public consumption, that it would destabilize established historical narratives. But destabilize them how? By proving that ancient humans were more capable than we thought? By showing that our textbooks are wrong?
This is why your birth date isn't random. 4 warning signs you are a witch by blood. There are 12 witch archetypes.
Wrong? The answer, it seems, runs deeper than academic embarrassment. As if the Saqqara map wasn't enough, a re-examination of an obelisk in Luxor, previously dismissed as purely ceremonial, revealed corroborating evidence that sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. The hieroglyphs speak of a vessel of the West, a ship journeying beyond the Great Water. They describe encountering a dark presence in the windless sea and finding a land rich in gold, death, and silence. Gold, death, and silence. 3 words that paint a picture of ancient explorers finding something in the Americas that filled them with such dread they chose to bury the knowledge rather than celebrate it. Dr. Michael Thompson, who analyzed the obelisk inscriptions, believes the evidence is clear. They didn't just reach the Americas. They found something there that changed them, something that made them want to forget. The silence wasn't accidental. It was intentional. They were protecting future generations from knowledge too dangerous to preserve. But the evidence doesn't stop with maps and inscriptions. The architectural parallels between Egyptian and Mesoamerican civilizations have puzzled scholars for decades. Pyramids aligned to the same stars, gods with similar attributes, calendar systems that mirror each other with uncanny precision. Both cultures revered Orion's belt. Both built pyramids aligned to cardinal directions. Both developed complex hieroglyphic writing systems. Both created 365-day solar calendars. The similarities are too numerous, too specific to be coincidental. Dr. Amanda Foster, a comparative archaeologist, explains the implications. We've always explained these parallels as convergent evolution, separate cultures independently developing similar solutions. But what if that's wrong? What if these similarities exist because there was direct contact, direct knowledge, transfer, thousands of years before we thought possible? The question becomes,
Now, let me tell you this. In South America, there are more pyramids in South America, North America, Canada, than all of Egypt. You have the step pyramids all over South America, older than the Giza pyramid, which means that that technology, that knowledge, that mathematics transferred from the America to Egypt. I rest my case.
if this contact occurred, why was it forgotten? Why was it buried? What did they find that was so terrible it had to be erased from history? Despite official silence, word of the discovery has begun to spread. Leaked photographs circulate on social media. Independent researchers share analysis. The public is beginning to ask the questions that academics won't. The implications are staggering. If ancient Egyptians could cross the Atlantic 5,000 years ago, what else might they have achieved? What other chapters of human history have been deliberately suppressed? Online communities have formed around the discovery. Researchers, historians, and curious citizens are demanding answers. They're asking why this evidence remains hidden. Why the silence? Why the secrecy? Dr. Richardson, an independent historian, captures the public mood. This isn't just about archaeology anymore. This is about truth, about whether we have the right to know our own history, even if it challenges everything we thought we knew about human civilization. So, what was the dark secret that made ancient Egyptians bury this knowledge? Why did they hide evidence of their greatest achievement, crossing the Atlantic and mapping the Americas? The answer may lie in those chilling words carved into the stone, "Shadows walk there." Perhaps they encountered something in the Americas that defied their understanding. Perhaps they found evidence of
Los adolescentes están creando negocios con IA, mientras que la única IA que tú conoces es
other civilizations, other peoples, other truths that challenge their worldview so fundamentally that acknowledgement would have destroyed their entire societies. Or perhaps the secret is simpler and more terrifying. They found the Americas already inhabited by advanced civilizations. They found evidence that they weren't the first to make this journey. They found proof that human history was far older, far more complex, far more interconnected than their religion and culture could accommodate. And so they buried it. They hid the maps. They sealed the chambers. They chose ignorance over truth, comfort over knowledge, because some secrets are too dangerous to survive. Today, as you watch this video, that stone map remains locked away. The evidence continues to be suppressed. The questions continue to be ignored. But the truth has a way of surfacing. Like ancient artifacts emerging from desert sands, knowledge cannot be buried forever. The cocaine mummy, the Saqqara map, the Luxor obelisk, the architectural parallels, the geological impossibility of Andean stone in Egyptian tombs. Each piece of evidence stands alone as remarkable. Together they form a picture that demands attention, a picture that suggests our ancestors were more capable, more adventurous, more connected than we've ever imagined. The question isn't whether ancient Egyptians reached the Americas 5,000 years ago. The evidence strongly suggests they did. The question is, what did they find there that was so terrible, so world-shattering, that they chose to bury it rather than celebrate it? And perhaps more importantly, are we ready to handle the truth they were too afraid to preserve? The forbidden map remains hidden. The questions remain unanswered. But the truth is waiting to be discovered. What do you think? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
All right. So we can't be touched, guys. This is the message. There's nobody that's touching us. Oh Lord, I'm getting tired. This is 12 minutes. This is 8 minutes. This is wow. I can't do it, guys. So what I'm gonna do? Hold on. All right, so that one is not any good. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a photo of this. What's happening? Oh boy. Okay. Well, let me get out of here. How do you get out of here? Okay, camera. So what I'm gonna do, man, because I am just whooped, and this is the reason why I'm saying that I'm gonna go into a 2-day format, same time, same channel, but at 8 o'clock on Tuesday and always on Saturday at 8 o'clock. So what I'm going to do, this is 12 minutes, And I am just dead beat, you guys. I'm sorry. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save these, right? I might play one more, but it really depends. But I'm gonna hold on. Boy. So I'm gonna save this, but I can't seem to. I know what I want to do. Don't tell me cellular anymore. Préstame tuyo. ¿Dónde está tuyo?
¿El qué?
Tu celular.
Mi celular.
Voy a tomar una foto de ellos. Voy a cambiarme a 2 días de show.
¿Te vas a cambiar?
Sí, en lugar de un día, porque ahí no puedo.
Ah, ¿tú vas a hacer los 2 días a la semana?
Sí, 2 días de la semana.
¿Cuáles son los días que tú lo vas a hacer?
Martes a las 8 y el sábado igual.
Ah.
Pero voy a tomar una foto de ellos allá arriba. I forgo once you learn. Oh, I forgo. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to hang on, but I can't. Hold on. ¿Dónde está tu cámara?
Ahí adelante.
¿Mm?
Ahí adelante, Isaías, ¿por dónde tú vas? Mira ahí.
Okay. I'm going to take a photo of each one, and we're going to play these and do these on Tuesday. Cuando tú recibas, envíamelo de WhatsApp, cada uno, ¿oíste?
¿Te recibo qué?
De las fotos.
¿Tú le tiras la foto? No sabes la foto.
No, pero esto es cansado ya. Excuse me, you guys, I'm sorry. We're going to cover these on Tuesday. I might play one, I don't know, or two. I still got time, but man, oh man, am I tired. Okay, so I did that. So I got that on my white cellular, and you're going to send me the picture, and that way I can stay on point. But this one I'm going to put in the chat, so I can probably look back and do that as well on the video. And let's get rid of this one. And this one I really, really like, because this is our ancestors speaking to us. I really like this one. But we're going to cover it. What the hell is this? Okay, so we got that one. We'll get rid of this one. Copy the Earl. Hold on, guys. Hold on. When I get to it. So we got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pero recébalo y cuando tú tengas tiempo, envíamelo. Oíste. The nickel reserve. Look, guys, $32 trillion of nickel has been found what I'm trying to say, and I wish I had time to play them all, but we're gonna do it on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Make sure you be there. We're rich. We're going to, man, we're going to beat the fuck out of white boys. They talking about they don't want to pay us. Man, fuck you. They don't want to pay us reparations, but we're gonna take them motherfucker. We ain't asking you, bitch ass motherfucker. White boys, well, I tell you, they talk all that shit, but just wait. Know what I mean? Just wait. Just wait. We're gonna beat the shit out you. Economically, politically, spiritually, and when, if necessary, physically. Because all y'all doing is just playing the Wizard of Oz game, and all we gotta do is just pull back the little curtain that you hiding behind, throwing and blowing up smoke up our asses. Because you know you ain't shit. White boy, white girl, you ain't shit compared to us. Man, we civilized you motherfucker 3 times. Once in Egypt, once in Greece and Rome, and now coming out of Spain after ruling it for 1,000 years. And that's about 3 strikes you out, motherfucker. You ain't getting this shit back. We're taking it. We're not asking. And no, you cannot sit at our motherfucking table, bitch. All right? Well, did I put this one? Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did that. So we're gonna get on down here, and I apologize. We're gonna play that one. We're gonna put this one up here. And man, ooh, I'm gonna fall out on the motherfucking bed, yo. I am gonna fall the fuck out. I'm beat, yo. I am beat, man. On God, I am beat. But I love you guys. This is the reason why I do it. We're gonna get on a 2-day format. Tuesdays at 8, same bat time, same bat channel, and let's see. It's a 12-minute. And so we're down to our last one. And like I said, I apologize, but I'm just beat, guys. And this is the reason why I am doing it. I'm going to do it in a 2-day format. So let's wrap it up and let's play this when Africa launches own internet today. And this is like 2 days ago. Or whenever it was, but it was in the past, and it's on fire. Google, no. Elon, no. It's all in-house, and they can't see shit that's going on. All right? So this is going to be the last one. I apologize again for not being able to stay woke, because I am beat, man. But this is your boy. This is your boy. And, we're going to be all right. There ain't no weapon formed against you, against us, will prosper. So let's get at it, and I can close it out.
Alert! Africa launches own internet today. USA, Elon blocked. By Takuna Mavika Supreme Tisu Vacho. This is not a rehearsal. Today, we're online on our own terms. Part 1. The African Union just made history. It's official. As of today, the African Union has launched AfriNet, the continent's very own internet infrastructure, and it's already sending shockwaves across the globe. Announced in a tightly secured AU summit this morning in Addis Ababa, AfriNet is a sovereign internet framework designed and controlled by Africa for Africa. It's the culmination of years of planning, failed negotiations with global tech giants, and recent digital sabotage threats from the West. And now, it's live. We have disconnected the chains, declared AU Commission Chair Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. AfriNet is our freedom signal. Part 2. What is AfriNet? AfriNet is more than just an alternative to traditional internet services. It is a complete digital ecosystem, including a Pan-African domain system, .Africa, government-controlled search engine, Ubuntu Web, decentralized cloud storage based in Kenya, Nigeria, and Egypt, military-grade data encryption designed by One Africa Army tech units, firewalls that block unapproved foreign access, including US and European surveillance systems. Afrinet is hosted on satellites launched in partnership with South Africa and Algeria, and backed by continental server farms powered by solar energy. This is not just symbolic. It's a real infrastructure move, and it's happening right now. Part 3. Why did Africa do this? Let's be honest. For decades, Africa's data was monetized by Silicon Valley and manipulated by foreign intelligence. Every WhatsApp message, Google search, Facebook scroll, it was stored, analyzed, and sold. Worst of all, African countries paid billions annually in data hosting and tech services to be spied on. Afrinet is Africa's way of saying, no more, you won't use our data against us. Part 4, Elon Musk and the final rejection. Here's the spicy part. According to SBN Insider, Chairman Shadow, Elon Musk held 3 private calls with AU diplomats in the last 6 months, trying to position Starlink as the default internet backbone for the continent. But after leaked documents showed Starlink's backend could be compromised by US agencies, the deal collapsed. Africa cannot build sovereignty on American satellites, said AU Digital Chairperson Aissatou Diarra from Senegal. Respect to Mr. Musk, but we must be our own source code. And just like that, the AU passed the Afrinet security clause. No foreign-controlled network shall have more than 1% access into continental data channels. That clause effectively blocks Elon Musk and bans US digital backdoors from Africa's future.
Here's a 30-second bedtime ritual you can do to awaken your pineal gland. Did you know that your pineal gland's inability to connect with the...
Part 5. The West is in panic mode. Within hours of Afrinet's activation, both the US Department of State and the European Commission issued statements of concern. France called it a potential threat to international digital cooperation. The US warned that Afrinet may disconnect Africans from the global community. Let's translate that. We're angry we can't spy on you anymore. Several Silicon Valley giants, including Meta, Alphabet, Google, and Amazon, have reportedly held emergency meetings. Some are already preparing lawsuits, while others threaten to pull out advertising from African platforms. But here's the punchline. Africa doesn't care. For the first time, we're the ones writing the code. Part 6, the Digital Freedom Clause. At the core of Afrinet is a beautiful, dangerous law, Digital Freedom Clause. This clause guarantees that all African citizens have equal access to digital tools. Government surveillance must go through AfriCourt, a new digital rights tribunal. No foreign data company may store African user data outside the continent. This means even apps like WhatsApp or Instagram must host servers in Africa or get shut out. Already, Ubuntu Chat and Zakoragram, Afrinet's local chat and media platforms, have launched. Part 7, One Africa Army's role. Defense tech goes live. Afrinet's backbone wasn't built by civilians alone. The One Africa Army's shadow tech unit, Zulu, played a key role. They designed the cybersecurity grid, built the encryption layers to block NSA-type espionage, created emergency shutdown protocols in case of foreign hacking attempts. General Umoja, head of Continental Defense Cyber Division, said, "We are no longer the watched. We are now the watchers." Let that sink in. Africa now has military-grade tech guarding your internet access. Part 8, Youth Power, the rise of Pan-African tech companies. Afrinet isn't just a shield, it's a launch pad. Thousands of young African tech entrepreneurs have received AU grants to build. Digital schools, AfroLearn, decentralized banking apps using AfroGold, AfroTube, a video platform for African creators, already trending. There's a 10-year plan to turn Africa into the next Silicon Valley, and this time, without big tech stealing the profits. The goal? Keep the money, keep the data, keep the power. Part 9, Afrinet's biggest threats right now. But don't get too comfortable. There are serious risks ahead. 1, sabotage. AU cybersecurity intel has already picked up increased hacker activity from foreign IPs. 2, fake apps. Dozens of Western-backed clones of African apps are being pushed to dilute Afrinet 3. Media propaganda, CNN, BBC, and others are calling Afrinet authoritarian, painting it as Africa cutting itself off from the world. This is not just a digital story. This is a digital war. Part 10, how the people are celebrating. Across Lagos, Nairobi, Kigali, and Harare, the streets are buzzing. Youth are hosting AfriNet parties with streamers and DJs using only AfroTube. Artists are dropping AfriNet anthems, one titled We Online Now. Even grandmothers are asking, so is Facebook no longer the boss? For once, people aren't celebrating a celebrity. They're celebrating a system that puts Africa first. Part 11, Comedy Zone. USA, why didn't Africa ask us first? France, how dare they build without our blueprint? Elon Musk, so no one's using Starlink? I even wore the kente. Meanwhile in Africa, Nigeria, Lowell. Ghana, hold our Wi-Fi. Zimbabwe, we've been unplugged, now we're uploading ourselves. Part 12, Takunda's final word. Africa is now online. This is not just a tech launch. This is a new digital nation. Africa is not going offline. Africa is going off-grid. For years we were told that we needed aid, that we were behind, that we had no capacity. Today, AfriNet says, we've arrived and we came online by ourselves. No more surveillance, no more data extraction, no more foreign gatekeepers. Africa now writes its own code, hosts its own servers, sets its own rules. So, to the rest of the world, don't panic. Just log in and play by Africa's terms. Call to action. Like this video if you're proud Africa is going digital independently. Comment, what do you think of AfriNet? Is this a good move for Africa? Share this with your entire community. Let them know we're online now. Subscribe for more breaking Pan-African news. You already know. Tisu Vanu Vacha. This is Supreme Africa Breaking News. The internet war has begun, and this time, we are winning.
Alright, man, God, man. That's where I can go to sleep right here and be happy. Oh, man. So, that's a wrap, you guys. So, hold on. Let me get out of here. How do you get out of here? Oh, stop screen. Okay. So, let me get back. So, I appreciate whoever you guys are. Make sure you stay tuned until Tuesday at 8 and Saturday at 8. We're going into a 2-day format in order to deal with the information that is coming out of Africa and around the world. This world is changing, you guys. You got to be aware of what the fuck is going on. Otherwise, you're going to be on the outside looking in, wondering what the hell happened. XRP, Hedera, Flare, all of these cryptos are going to be going through the roof. And your bank, or whoever you bank with, Chase, I don't know, whatever, they're out of business. They're fucking out of business. And if you stay around, fucking around, trying to be cool and trying to, oh, it ain't gonna happen, you're gonna find your dumb ass on the outside looking in. This is it. The dollar you got, the old dollar, doesn't count. Stablecoin, XRP, Bitcoin, Hedera, you know what, you name it. It's what's happening. And to be honest, I'm trying to find out, even though it does say about African digital coin, I'm trying to find out which one it is because I'm kind of like going around in a circle. But I'm gonna get it together, and come Tuesday, I will know. Hopefully, I will know exactly what that is, how much it costs, and everything. But be aware that right now XRP is at $3. Or a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't know. I haven't checked. And then Flare, FLR is the ticker symbol, and it's spelled FLARE. Now, with all of that being said, and all of the videos that I placed here in the chat, and what we discussed, and what I showed, it's a new day, you guys. The ancestors are blessing us every day because we are united. Respect and appreciate our ancestors so that our days upon the earth may not be long, may not be long and long suffering, but may be long and prosperous. That's all they asking for. From the spiritual realm into the physical realm. We connect. We are a blessed people. We are a cursed people. We are blessed when we are united and get all the blessings. You can see this with Africa coming together. More oil, more gold, more nickel, more... Man, come on. We don't need everybody. Some of you motherfuckers just like to drink and dance and twerk and do all this other bullshit. You're not about that life. You're not about that black first. They're not. And I'm being honest. Not brutally honest, but honest. Now you want to take it as that? Take it as that. You know, but anybody that know me, know I'm going to tell it. I give no fucks about your goddamn feelings or emotions. You feel me? So I'm off of here, man. I'm tired. I was sleeping, man. I was fucking sleeping. But I was listening. Just in case that motherfucking bullshit commercial come on, and then I can say, oh, yeah, excuse me. And then click it and then go right back to sleep. But like always, for the next 24/7, 365, stay black and always stay on point. Yeah, that's my new one. Stay on point, right? Always stay black, man, because we're all we got. We're all we got. And I'll see you guys Tuesday. Peace and blessings.